Good morning, everybody. Good morning to the heat pump crowd that is gathering today in Brussels. At the entrance, I talked to a few guests and everybody confirmed that there is very good vibes in this room. And I'm sorry to interrupt your lively conversation, but we have to start. And it's a Brussels landmark. It was originally created to show to be a symbol for the peaceful use of nuclear energy and the advancement of technology for the World Exhibition 1958. And the World Exhibition 1958 was the first World Exhibition after the Second World War. So Europe was in shambles, and maybe that's something we didn't plan, but we have a similar situation today. Europe is in distress. We are facing a war. We have to do things differently. It was half art, half architecture. It was created as a gateway for the public to discover the benefits of technology. What can science do for society? But today it has become a meeting point. It's a meeting point for cultural communities, and I think that's where the cycle closes. We have used this as a meeting point for all of you. I think it's safe to say for the first time we have very many participants at this event that are not the traditional heat pump manufacturers. We have investors here, journalists, consultancies, and so on. So we see really that there is a change taking place in this industry, and we dare say this change is desperately needed. On top of it, we are in a super special sphere named by the Russian Belgian Ilya Prigozhin. He's a chemist, so I don't understand half of what he has done. But he was also holding a chair for statistical mechanics and thermodynamics at the university in Chicago and Austin, and he received a Nobel Prize in chemistry for, and I need to read this, for thermodynamics of irreversible processes. Those of you that are chemists, you probably know what that really means. I couldn't explain it. The important point for me, for this person, is there is a connection to thermodynamics that we all look into, but also all his life he spent to bridge between science and society. And that's where I would like to pick up. We need to create a connection role between electricity and heat, electricity and cool. System integration should be a driving factor for the policy and the reality of the near future. Heat pumps are integrators in this case. They use green electricity. They help to stabilize electric grids, so they actually make the grids more stable than if there were less heat pumps. This dual functionality makes it also one of the most energy efficient products that we have in this market. And so energy efficiency first, you could say, means also heat pumps first. And I'm very happy to say that this has been understood by policymakers by and large. We have recognition on all levels of the policy process in all pieces of legislation. And we discussed it yesterday. Heat pumps are indeed, and maybe unfortunately, one of the most heavily regulated pieces of technology that you can find in Europe, maybe after nuclear power. The good thing is the technology is here, so we don't need to wait for an innovation breakthrough. We can work with what we have and then incrementally increase to cover most sectors of society. It, of course, creates a challenge because we have been growing with double-digit. 2021 saw a 34% growth. The first numbers for 2022 show that even the first half has about 28% in additional growth. But we need to be more ambitious, and hence we chose the topic of this year's event. Ambition requires action. We see high-level targets. We are still not seeing the same level of implementation action on the ground. And that's why we call for a heat pump accelerator. Ursula von der Leyen, in her speech recently when announcing the EU Green Deal, she talked about a moonshot moment, Europe's man on the moon. I think we need a similar type of ambition and endeavor built on dedication and cooperation to make the necessary possible, and the heat pump industry is ready. Michael E. Mann talks about agency and urgency, and that's a good thing. We have to get rid of gas, but we have technologies available. Hence, this heat pump accelerator is a cooperative approach to deploy millions of units. But it's not a gift to the industry. It's not like, okay, policymakers, please give us this accelerator and a lot of taxpayers' money, and then we will proceed. No, it's also a service to society, you could say, because we have to get rid of fossil energy, not only for the to get rid of the consequences of this atrocious war in the Ukraine, but also to remedy the aspects of climate change, so to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade. And what we think this heat pump accelerator is wherever possible, we need a dedication from the highest political level. We need to work under the auspices of the European Commission that could call all stakeholders in industry, member states, industry, social society, consultancies, consumer association to boost the renewable heating and cooling. And we have seen a number of papers that are now published and circulated. They call for a renewable booster, they call for an energy transition alliance and similar. And we hope that this can be picked up by the European Commission. I'm very happy to hear what Kerstin has to say about that. So finally, we call for this heat pump accelerator as an all hands on deck comprehensive approach to move from ambition to action, and to unleash the contribution potential of heating and cooling towards the goal of a sustainable, reliable, and integrated energy system as a whole. Today, we will talk about what's needed to make this future a reality. We will talk about this future in the Atomium. And with that, I welcome you all once more, and I would happily hand over to Patrick Crombé, who will give a few insights from the industrial perspective. Where do we stand? What can we do? How fast can we go? And then we open the program as announced. Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure to be here. Welcome you all to Brussels, to the Atomium, to Belgium, which for Daikin is our home country in Europe. We established the company already here in 1972, working on AC and heat pumps already from that time. And that's basically what we are here to do for the next years onwards. As Thomas was mentioned, the theme today is really to call for an alliance. We are looking at figures put forward to us by the European Commission that are really staggering. We're talking about 20 million heat pumps installed by 26, 30 to 60 million by 2030. So there's a lot to do. And that's clear that in this room here, there are different manufacturers, but there's room enough for everybody. We are not competitors. We are really colleagues to make this challenge happen. And that's again part of this alliance that we would like to call for. The numbers indeed are great. Production capacity is being built up as we speak. We ourselves as Daikin have continued to build up the capacity. We are planning to build up capacity ×4 between last year and 2026, which sees investments in many countries in Europe, going from Belgium to Czech Republic to Germany and lately also in Poland. Other manufacturers in the room here have announced similar plans. So from that side, I would be positive to say that the steps are being taken. Now it's about developing the market and developing the market itself, making also sure that down in the market there is installation capacity. There is a power supply to make the heat pumps run. And again, that's where this alliance that we were talking about actually needs to join forces to put everything in the right direction to deliver according to the plan and to succeed actually in the challenge in decarbonizing heat. It is possible from a technical point of view. As Thomas has said, technology is there. Technology will keep developing, of course, and innovations are still coming. Major investments also in R&D are happening. And again, the colleagues around the table or around the room here today have announced plans into that direction. We're looking at smarter heat pumps, especially to interact with the grid, to make them more easy to install, to make them especially more quicker to install, because that's, again, a challenge that we are faced with. So all in all, technology-wise, we are moving forward. The accelerator actually will put the noses further in the same direction. So we're very much supporting this initiative, looking forward to be able to interact with all the stakeholders to deliver upon the task ahead, and to have the platform ready to discuss when things are not going according to plan. We will have issues down the line, but we need to be prepared to tackle them. We need to have a forum where we can discuss those and proceed accordingly. So from that side, again, welcome to everybody. I'm looking forward to the interactions today. Already yesterday evening, some discussions were quite interesting, so I'm looking forward to many more of those. I will quit here at this time, and it's happy for me also to introduce our keynote speaker, which is Ms. Kirsten Jorna. She's a German national and European civil servant. She's held various positions. Amongst others, she's head of cabinet for several commissioners, and also had different directed posts. Currently, she's DG of Internal Market, Industry, Entrepreneurship, and SMEs. And therefore, before that, she was in charge of Economic and Financial Affairs. A very big welcome, and I'm looking forward to your comments. Thank you again.
Thing, of course, is happy birthday. 2020 and 22 is quite an emblematic date, and it's a wonderful venue. I also want to say that I'm very lucky. I'm very lucky because I'm one of the 17 million heat pumps owners, but that's probably not why you invited me. What I'd like to do today is to share a couple of thoughts with you on the role that heat pumps can play and how we can fast track together the energy transition. As I said, there is 17 million heat pumps currently installed, and there's something like 120 to 150 million buildings in the EU. And we also have a renovation wave, which sets very ambitious targets for renovation. There is different policies come together, and we'll come back to that integration aspect later. You already mentioned Mrs. von der Leyen's State of the Union speech, where energy took absolute center stage, given the situation that we're in. And it's clear that your industry has a pivotal role to play. And I'm sure in the discussions that you will have later, you will also see the different aspects. I would like to talk about the Green Deal, the increased need to change our energy system following Russia's aggression to Ukraine, and to really leverage the single market, because the energy dependency, not a single country will be able to deal with that on their own. What we need is a single market. That's a single market where there is solidarity and where no country is left behind. You will have seen a number of communications and actions from the Commission to translate that need to act together at European level. The REPowerEU communication, the Safe Gas for the Winter communication in September, and heat pumps do play center stage here. I already mentioned the different numbers, and you also mentioned 30 million newly installed heat pumps in 2030. This could save up to 35 BCM of gas. We're currently importing, before the war, we imported 150 BCM. So it's a very substantial and meaningful contribution. There are two challenges I see, very, very simply speaking. One is production and the other is installation. What is good is that most of the heat pumps sold in Europe are still produced in Europe. And we would like to keep it that way. And we want to understand from you also how we can contribute with our tools, with the single market tools, to help you. We do not want this increased demand that we are creating through EU policies to go to suppliers outside the EU. And what I feel is important here is 5 trigger points to make this happen and to make all of us thrive based on your technological solutions. And I'd like to walk through them. There are innovation, competitiveness, skills, our regulatory framework, and financing. Now, when I look at the first part, the innovation, first of all, the European heat pump industry is one of the most innovative in the world, and we can all be very proud of what you've achieved. The EU share of high-value patents accounts for most 50% of world total in the period 2016 and 18, and remains strong and is growing, with 5 out of top 10 innovators headquartered in the EU. That's very good news. And I do want to make a bracket here, because what will come on stream is the unitary patent. which will allow you to have a one-stop shop to get the patent and a one-stop shop, if you have to, defend your patent with a new jurisdiction that will come on stream later this year. And you know, it took 50 years to negotiate it. Sometimes it takes time in Europe, but here we are. And you know, I would really encourage you to look into the opportunities in terms of cost for obtaining it, but also in terms of cost for preventing it, for defending it. There is a need to further innovate and reduce costs and achieve economies of scale. And a specific area of innovation is to make heat pumps cost effective even in less well insulated buildings. We should also look at increasing heating capacity suited for industrial, multifamily buildings and district heating applications. Other important areas of innovation that we see is the hybrid systems integration with other systems such as ventilation, hot water, air conditioning, storage, and solar system. In fact, what consumers want, whether they're industrial or, you know, like me, a homeowner, is 24-hour solutions with these new decarbonized possibilities. My second trigger point is competitiveness, because competitiveness is also about non-price factors, quality of products, services offered, and in line with market trends. And these may relate, for example, to improving the environmental dimension, the sustainability and durability aspects of heat pumps, for example, via energy labeling and eco-design. Above all, there is also the F question, the fluorinated gases for refrigerants, such as ammonia, water, methanol, carbon dioxide, or propane, that can represent for the European heat companies an opportunity also for industrial growth. In a nutshell, together we need to strengthen the competitive edge, deliver high quality yet affordable heat pumps, technologies and components. My third focus is on skills. And you will have seen that in the State of the Union speech, the President, she also called for a year of skills in 2023, because we see it across all industrial ecosystems. The skills for production and for installations, they become a real issue. The lack of workers with adequate background, be it technical, scientific, engineering, is a potential critical bottleneck, also for your industry, and it could affect all member states. Skilled planners, architects, engineers, and qualified heating and cooling installers are needed to provide information on solutions, carry out the installation effectively, and ensure optimal operation thereafter. The barrier is common across heating and cooling technologies, but we feel it's getting more acute in heat pumps, and I'd be interested how you see that from your end. The Pact for Skills may act as a stimulating policy framework which could help address industry's still needs, particularly under the proposed creation of a Pact for Skills for onshore renewable energy production. What is a Pact for Skills? I mean, there's no way that the public can anticipate the needs, the future needs for skills. We think it's really for the workers and the industry to come together and make a plan, see how investment could be handled, and on the basis of that plan also public investment can come in. But it's really for the industry to identify, you know, not yesterday's needs or today's needs, but also the future needs, to orientate the skilling of workers. And it's not only an issue we can solve with the school and the school curricula, it needs a kind of lifelong experience. So I would recommend also for your industry to be part of that discussion for a Pact for Skills, which would, for your renewable energy production, which would also cover solar, wind, geothermal, biomass, and heat pumps. Fourth trigger point is the regulatory framework and access to finance. The EU policies are very strongly supportive of European heat pumps and manufacturing. And the Commission also plans to revise in the first quarter of 2023 the energy labeling requirements, including for heat pumps. And then there's of course a wide range of EU policy measures that encourage access to finance, the IPSAs, the European Innovation Fund, a dedicated overall REPowerEU envelope of 20 billion, Recovery and Resilience Facility, InvestEU, and structural funds. And I totally give it to you. To find your way in that is very complicated. If I compare with the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act that the US have just published, you know, it's business case per business case, here's the money. And that sounds very attractive. If I'm trying at the moment, I'm working also with a number of industry databases together to try to map what we are doing in the EU in the same way. Because in fact, we are supporting your business case. Sometimes it feels, you know, all these acronyms, how do I find my way through it? And I take it for myself, we have to make a better job of signaling to it. What I also believe, and you mentioned I come from finance, my previous job, it's the signaling for private investment as well. We need to think in terms of risk of future projects. And there's a risk tranche that the market will take. So no way the public should walk into it. But there are risk tranches, in particular on market risk for highly innovative products, where I would see you, where it's the market doesn't take the risk. And that's where we can leverage the de-risking facilities of the European budget. But that way we have to bring better together. And we also have to bring member states' budgets into this. So these were my trigger points. And I think, I hope there will be some discussion and some solutions and ideas coming from your different panels. There is no single wand. We're not in the Harry Potter land. Heat pumps are part of the solution, but so are deployment of renewable energy, permitting, grid adaptation, electricity interconnectors, a low carbon base load. That's all our work on hydrogen, and of course skills. And I really want to underline that. I'm leaving from here to Lisbon, where the EIT InnoEnergy has having their business cluster meeting, where a lot of these different strands and these different solutions will come together. But I'm really convinced that it's only by bringing it together that we will all together succeed. And in that sense, your idea about the accelerator, we support it, and we want to be part and help in, you know, making the best way to connect the dots. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kerstin. You allowed me 2 questions. So thank you really. I didn't know that you're also one of these 17 million proud heat pump owners. I hope you're satisfied, and I hope we have no reason for complaints. But I wanted to ask, because we have all these different, maybe we take a seat. Patrick, do you want to join?
Yeah, sure.
So, no, then we take you in the middle. I think these molecules are really small, right? There's not so much space in them. So, yeah, the atoms, like, yeah, true, you win up. Thank you, yes.
I'm also in charge of chemicals. So.
That's why you said the F words. I wanted to ask you, there is a number of documents floating around. One talks about an transition technologies accelerator or alliance. One talks about the RES booster inside the rescue package. Is that something where you would say that, that this could be translated into such an idea that we have as a heat pump accelerator?
In fact, what I see is, you know, hydrogen, renewables, the whole grid story, the base load issues. It has to come together, and that's one of the reasons why I'm going actually to the business meeting of EIT InnoEnergy, because they have an amazing kind of investor crowd and funder crowd there, because we need to think it together. In the end, what industry and households need is a 24-hour solution. And we need to think of that integration. I mean, on hydrogen, for example, hydrogen is a raw material to wean off gas, but it's also an electricity vector. And and as an electricity vector, it will work only together with other solutions. And that's where I think we have to work together more. And heat pumps, for me, is clearly part of that. of that. You cannot only think solar, only wind, only pipeline, only. It has to come together, and we need to bring this together. In the end, it's always about creating project pipelines. For example, on hydrogen, we have 700 plus projects, pipelines that range from the renewable energy production, electrolyzer. You know, we have something like an electrolyzer summit, because if we don't have electrolyzers, enough electrolyzers, we don't have the hydrogen and then the off-takers, they're also part of it. And that's the logic that we're building. And in this logic, we see where the risks are and the risks that are not being funded. And that's where we can take away these risks, either by legislating and setting the targets as we did, or by having product qualifications like we do on batteries, or by using the EU budget to de-risk a part of the investment.
Well, thank you. I wanted to give one option to Patrick to talk about what is actually in the title of your DG, Enterprise, Innovation and Industry, because Daikin has recently announced and is working on it a huge investment providing jobs and perspective to Europe.
Well, indeed, I think that's what we are trying to see is that the need, heating, or especially hydronic heating, is a European affair. And I think we do have the opportunity to develop the technology within Europe. That's definitely our intention as well. That's why we're investing in R&D centers across the continent, and now most recently in Ghent, just 50 kilometers down the road, which will allow to further optimize the base products for the European market. But not only for the European market. We do think, and that's definitely our intention, that we are building a global knowledge base actually from here that will then allow us to export products outside of the continent. And so I think we have the opportunity, as you were saying, Europe is leading in this field. I think if we play it correctly and we develop the market as we all intend to do, we can actually build them right here and export them back out.
May I ask a question back to you or anyone, with your permission? IRA, Inflation Reduction Act, how do you see that from the point of view of your business case? Is it relevant, not relevant?
Colleagues, if you would, but from our side, so we're looking at the market opportunities, obviously. We're a commercial company, and basically we're very confident that this market will grow. You might be a bit too early with investments, might be a bit too soon, but sooner or later this market is there, and the opportunities are there. We're strongly believing in that. So from our side, the investments are happening, and we can basically turn it around rather quickly. Let me say like that.
If I may add to that, from the oil industry, what we hear and what people seem to agree on is that this Inflation Reduction Act is not necessarily an immediate risk, but it's something that we would like to see copied. Because if the United States government, the Biden-Harris administration, can give one industry such a prominent role and such a prominent support, then we think that Europe should do the same, because of the reasons that we have mentioned so far. And I hope that we can continue this discussion later, maybe once you're back from Portugal, and I hope that you bring this idea to the EI2 Inno Energy. I think that's a good place to start the debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So then, thank you for that opening. Thank you, Patrick, also, who is not only a board member, but also one of our sponsors. And I want to use that opportunity to thank all the sponsors that have made all this possible. It is really essential that we build on continuous support. I think what you can see here is that it's not only support in kind, attending the different meetings that we have, but also support in real money if we want to pull off things like this. And that is really essential for the work of the association and for the work of the team. And there is 15 people actually now. When we had the first online meeting recently, I was quite amazed by all these faces. And then when we had it real, even more, how many people are now pushing for heat pumps in Europe, in this EHPA, that I would like to see you as your EHPA. We're doing this not for ourselves, we're doing this for the industry, and eventually we're also doing it a little bit for society. With that, I would like to welcome the next panelist. I saw Peter Liese come down the stairs. He is here. So Peter Liese, member of the European Parliament, long-term sparringspartner actually on topics that we have discussed with him on policy, recently responsible for the emission trading scheme and its extension to the building sector or not. We will talk about that with him. We will also have Patrick Crombé. I didn't introduce you properly, but he is the General Manager of Heating and Renewables and responsible for a lot of the investments and a lot of the decisions in favor of the European marketplace in Daikin Europe. And let me say that we have quite a few members that have an Asian-sounding name, but have a very strong dedication to the European marketplace, either by selling the products here or even by investing significant amounts of money to bring the industry forward. Then we have Martin Duvort, who has a double role, the Director Energy Markets and Strategy Energy Systems in DNV, a consultancy, but he's also representing the WBCSD, the World Business Council of Sustainable Development. In that role has influence to a much larger group of industry players than he will represent here today. And then we have Frederick Fonto. So I understand Frederick will join us online. He's the head of Regulation Strategy and Development Division in the division Customers, Services and Territories. And branch is a very EDF specific thing, but so that's the commercial part, right? Not the utility part. But anyway, so he's representing Électricité de France, and we have had a long-standing cooperation with EDF really from the beginning of the association that has always supported heat pump development, and now recently is getting more and more active into using them as flexible load in order to stabilize the electric grid. And then there's myself, Thomas Nowak. I'm the Secretary General, and I will moderate you through this session. So can I ask all the speakers to stage, please, if they all have been mic'd up? And Peter Liese joining us on stage now, so I go over there. Maybe I have a few opening words. So the background of all of this is REPowerEU. The European Commission has announced that, you could say, as a reply to the war waged by Russia in Ukraine, as a reply to the dependency on fossil energy. Good morning. And we were very happy to see that in this communication we had 10 million hydronics additional heat pumps in the beginning until 2025, 2026, and 30 million additional hydronic heat pumps until 2030. We have done our own calculations because we said it's not only hydronic heat pumps, air-to-air heat pumps are important to remove fossil energy from heating and cooling, but also from hot water if they're combined with sanitary hot water heat pumps. The idea here is to say, how do we achieve these 30 million units? And hence we called the first session making the most sustainable heating options the most affordable. You can look at this from different angles. And Peter Liese's angle is at the moment to improve the cost of operating heating systems. And that was what he was really focusing on when he worked on the emission trading scheme. And I would like to understand from Peter, where do we stand today? There was a decision taken in the European Parliament, but the discussion is not over.
Yes, definitely. Thank you for the invitation, and sorry for being late. You know, the way from the Parliament to this place is even more complicated than I thought. Thomas and me were grown up in the same area. I live 15 kilometers from the place where he has been grown up. And I'm faster in his town by bicycle than I was from the Parliament to the Atomium. And the bad story is I also need to leave in time because the next appointment is waiting in the Parliament. But on the point, you know, heat pumps are a big part of the solution of the three major crises that we are facing in these weeks, months, and years. It's the extreme high costs of fossil fuels, and we shouldn't underestimate, you cannot even overestimate the problem, how many consumers are suffering now and how many companies are about to go bankrupt. So that is really serious. On the other hand, we are still financing the war in Ukraine. Since the war started, we paid about 100 billion for gas, oil and coal, mainly for gas from Russia. This is much more than the 60 billion that is the military budget of Russia. And when you meet Ukrainians, I did so the day before yesterday, you are still challenged with, why don't you just stop it? And we saw a summer with a lot of droughts, forest fires, farmers are suffering, forests are dying. We see that the climate crisis is even worse than we thought. So we have to address all the three crises. In short term, there may be compromises necessary to burn more coal instead of gas. That will, of course, increase emissions. But in long term, technologies like heat pumps are the solution. And it's good that finally now everybody understood. But we need to work on how we can really make it happen. And yeah, you can always learn from the past. And I think there are lessons to be learned for politicians, including in my party, the CDU party in Germany. I was fighting in favor of technologies that make us less dependent from Russian gas for 15 years now. And unfortunately, I didn't have a majority either in my party, and it was even worse with the Social Democrats in Germany. They trusted in Putin, and that was a big mistake. But also, to be honest, the big heating companies were also very much promoting gas-based solutions. So 15 years ago, maybe the condensing boiler was a good thing because you could replace old boilers. But for more than 10 years, Thomas, me and others were pushing the big industry to go away from fossil fuel-based systems to heat pumps. And really also these big companies, like the politician, should say, sorry, we trusted Putin, we did the wrong thing, and we have learned our lesson, that we really now need to promote carbon-free technologies, energy-efficient technologies like the heat pumps. And what for me now is the most important challenge for Europe and for the European Parliament is this REPowerEU. There are a lot of positive elements promoting the heat pump and other technologies. And we have just decided in the Environment Committee of the European Parliament, the negotiators of all the political groups, that we support REPower, and we will also support from the Environment Committee. We are responsible for the emission trading system. We will create 20 billion euro from the ETS to promote the transition. And at the same time, this will help with the high costs of the ETS. Because when I say we have this huge problem with energy costs, this is valid for electricity. Electricity price is unbearable high. And when people change from a gas boiler to a heat pump or from a combustion engine to electric vehicle, and then they see the high electricity cost, then we discourage the innovation that we need. That's why also electricity cost needs to be addressed. We have just discussed this in the EPP group. We need to support industry, we need to support the consumers, but I think the support and the mitigation of the price should be even more ambitious in electricity than in gas and oil, because in the long run, gas and oil we need to get rid of, but electricity is the fuel of the transition. And this operation that we decided on Monday to take the ETS to create 20 billion will bring the carbon price down, which means electricity consumers have a little bit of breathing space now. And that's why I like it. Greens, socialists and others said, oh, this is a disadvantage and we should mitigate that. I think that's what's needed. It's needed for consumers, it's needed for industry that is about to go bankrupt, but it's also needed because electricity is a fuel of the transition. On the other hand, at least in the long run, and I don't mean this year, next year, we still need the price signal that fossil fuels are the problem. They are the problem of the crisis we are in. They are the problem with the war in Russia, that we finance it. And they are the problem for climate. And that's why I'm not willing to give up on the ETS2. We need to be very careful how we do it and when we do it. But people that drive big cars in Germany without a speed limit, that have big houses and do not think they could afford a heat pump, and they have big ships, they should feel the pressure someday. So this is not the time to start with it next year, but we are talking about the second half of the decade. And the system in Europe must be a system where people that decarbonize, also in the private area, are incentivized, and people that think they can use fossil fuels forever needs to be discouraged. And I think this is the way forward to address the three crises in the long run. Short-term adaptation is necessary, but the direction is fossil fuel technologies, and you are doing a big contribution here. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter-Lise. And one additional question then. I think we speak from all of our hearts to say that electricity is the transition fuel. Indeed, that's true, and it has to be kept, or it has to be limited in price increases as much as gas is. But one more to the ETS, that was really your main focus over the past, I don't even know, 2 years at least. And it took a lot of effort, and I would say in the end, from our perspective, the outcome was not as expected. Without going into all the details, but do you think we will see the building sector in ETS in this foreseeable future, in this short midterm horizon that you paint?
Yeah, very good point. My problem was that a majority of the political groups in the European Parliament wanted no ETS for heating and road transport at all. Of course, we had this amendment, this position from the far right, from both right groups in the European Parliament. So Giorgia Meloni group, ECR, and Salvini group in the ID, but also Social Democrats, Greens, and the left had the same position, because they were in the wrong assumption that we can do a transition without addressing buildings. So I think it's just impossible. And of course, there are poor people which we need to support. But Thomas Novak told me the other day that people that have an average income of 10,000 euro a month told him they cannot afford a heat pump. So they cannot afford the high energy prices maybe now, but they should go for heat pump. They should have gone 3 years ago. So we need to encourage also the private sector and targeted support for those in need. I was forced to make this compromise in the parliament that we split commercial buildings and private buildings, and the private buildings should be exempted until 29 and also subject to another assessment and another co-decision. So I didn't really like it, but it was the only way to make the ETS2 survive. And now I'm going to the trilogue. Parliament is for this solution. Commission and Council is for a more comprehensive solution, including private buildings. And the fight will be the timing. So I'm ready to react to the Council and to the Commission to advance the time for private building. But the condition that my colleagues and me have to insist is that we have a strong social climate fund, much stronger one than the Council, and also more criteria. So the money shouldn't disappear somewhere. It should be really focused on those in need. And I hope that we can get a solution here with more ambition, a broader scope, but also more targeted support for those in need.
Very good. I think that leads over directly to Patrick, representing one of the big heat pump manufacturers in Europe. And I said already that you are about to invest significant amounts of money both in research and in production capacities. You are all, I think we all are confronted with this question, when will these heat pumps become cheaper? So do you think that your doubling of capacity will help to bring a more affordable product into the market, or is that the wrong question?
It's definitely an understandable question. So I wouldn't say it's a wrong one. And to some extent, of course, economies of scale will play a role. To what extent exactly, I think it's difficult to say, knowing that core components of heat pumps are already used in many other applications and many other devices. So you cannot just compare the number of heat pumps today with the number of heat pumps, say, by 2030, and therefore make a simulation based on that. But surely there will be an impact, also because standardization will come more. I think today we still have an awful lot of really fine-tuned heat pumps, case-by-case type of applications. The more we can standardize, for sure, this will have a huge benefit, and ultimately will come back into affordability. Another key factor in there is I would just call it stability. The fact that you are able to produce the same unit over a certain period of time will definitely also help to control better on scalability of manufacturing facilities, which again will then turn into higher economies of scale. So really those two things, on one hand side, standardization will definitely play a positive aspect. And the second part is stability. So the fact that we would be able to continue with the units for a certain period of time, and thereby being able to step by step improve the productivity in the factories is a major game player. Yeah. And we're not at that level yet. So I think that's what we will plan to see happening in the next couple of years.
But luckily, you're not alone. We have made an analysis on publicly available information. About 4 billion euros are about to be invested in the next 2.5 years in Europe. So really creating jobs and perspective, as I like to say. Martin, you're both representing a consultancy and a body with a lot of research knowledge, but also WBCSD. Do you think, how would your members answer to this question, what could make heat pumps cheaper? And I know that you just published a white paper on flexibility. So is that something on the OpEx side that could help?
Indeed, indeed. Thank you. So first of all, thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure to be here. We're together in a proton, and for the physicists amongst us, they know that protons consist of quarks, we're all the quarks here, and gluons. And those gluons are the binding glue that keeps us together. And let's not only make talk bind us together, but also all the market opportunities and a joint future that we're seeing here binding us together. Indeed, I work for DNV, and with DNV we are active across the entire value chain, so also buildings and the urbanized world. But WBCSD is a member association of large industrials at a global scale. And it's industrials that want to see a more sustainable future and also invest in this. And WC sees it as its purpose to actually pave the way and to be guiding towards all their members of what business opportunities are and how those business opportunities are changing. And that's indeed the background of why we wrote a few papers now on heat. And industrial heat, so I will talk about industry mostly and not so much the urbanized environment. Industrial heat consumes 30% of the world's total energy demand. So that's huge. And if we are successful in decarbonizing that, we solve quite a big part of the puzzle that we have together. To a large extent, almost half of that industrial heat demand is of moderate temperatures. And in industry scale, that means temperatures up to 500 degrees. So this is an area where heat pumps in their new developments can actually play a role going forward. And that means direct electrification in most cases for industrials. So there with direct use of available renewable sources. So direct decarbonization impact. But also it creates flexibility for the industry by direct hybrid solutions. Very often there is a gas boiler already available. If you add a heat pump or an e-boiler, then obviously it gives some flexibility and therefore it does something to your security of supply as an industry. Now there are OpEx effects, of course, to that. So we see that especially in today's markets, extremely high gas prices, extremely higher carbon prices than we used to have a few years ago. We see that those business cases are slowly getting solid. And especially because from WBCSD, we also try to be guiding towards PPAs. So corporates signing direct offtake agreements with wind and solar developers. And we see that really growing. Now, obviously, you're really getting this together if you're also flexible in your energy use, but maybe a little more of that later. So that's the OPEX side of things. The CAPEX side is a little bit more complex because nice technology, nice to be more sustainable, nice to have more differentiations of sources, and to use the wind farm that is being built next door. But obviously, it requires quite an investment. And that's also why we also wrote recently another paper around heat as a service, where we see the newcomers in the market, ESCOs, energy service companies, that are stepping in and actually take the investment and not only therefore having an off-balance investment for that corporate, but also have a guaranteed delivery of heat. In a way that you could look back in the 80s, we had across Europe many industry clusters with its own utility company. So in a way, we're moving again in that direction, but then in I think a different setting. So lots of work still to be done, but those first two papers are sort of the starting point for this discussion among corporates to look more at heat pumps, and I think that that's a very good development.
Indeed, and that's really also a very good segue to what EDF is doing, or what we all hope EDF to be doing. So let's see if it's all the reality. Electricity as the fuel of the transition. You are the major dealer of this fuel in this case. How are you addressing the aspect of flexibility by product offerings? Frederick, I don't even know what you look.
Thank you so much, Thomas, for your question. Thank you also for the invitation, and I deeply regret not being present there in Brussels at the Atomium. So back to your question. EDF active in the deployment of heat pumps? Definitely yes. And that's not a very new situation. It lasts for a very, very long time now. We have a kind of triple promotion. That is to say that, first of all, we are talking about institutional promotion, because we are deeply convinced that if we want to achieve decarbonization objectives and carbon neutrality, we need to pay an effort in our day-to-day life. In France, the building sector, together with transportation, is one of the most emissive sectors, and heating and hot water are questions that need to be addressed. Did you know, for instance, that gas heaters and gas boilers and fuel boilers are responsible for more than 80% of the emission of the CO2 concerning the buildings sector. So that's precisely what we are trying to push, and it's the goal of EPBD and EED directives. And I would like to add that we are quite grateful to the European Commission on REPowerEU that grew noticeably the objectives for heat pumps implementation. And therefore, I'm deeply convinced that at the end of the day, heat pumps will become the new standards for heating and hot water. That's the reason why we are actively promoting development of such a technology towards the public authority by supporting decarbonization trajectories, participating to working groups for subsidies and helps for the households. We are also involved in some pedagogy by participating to seminars in order to promote the development of such a sector. And last we are also trying to develop those arguments in the press to share the message. Likewise, we are developing also commercial promotion. At EDF, you have to know that we are currently selling, installing, and maintaining heat pumps already. By the way, I'm currently working at the customers services and territories branch. So that means that we are selling energy services. We do have some subsidiaries in France in order to sell and develop those heat pumps on the whole French territory, but also in the rest of the country where we are present. For instance, in the UK, together with EDF Energy, our subsidiary, we are currently selling heat pumps, but also in Belgium, together with Luminous, or in Italy, together with our Italian subsidiary, whose name is Edison.
Frederick,
just to finish, and last but not least, we are also contributing to the industrial development of the sector, together with our R&D, where we are developing currently some new prototypes. For instance, we developed together with some industrials some very high temperature heat pumps for industrial purposes.
This is impressive. I have one precise question that probably everybody in this room has also. We will discuss at the Energy Council, or not we, but the Energy Council will discuss caps on electricity demand. 10% I've heard demand reduction, that's the aim, but also peak capacity shaving. Mm-hmm. You have mentioned quite impressively that the amount of work that you're doing in installing the heat pumps. Are these heat pumps that you install, are they ready to shave peaks from the normal load curve of a day?
Yes. In fact, you will see that it's already taken into account in a different scenarios. In fact, we do have a short-term issue concerning the current situation, together with the war in Ukraine, the problems on the nuclear fleet, and so on. That's on the short term. But I would like to talk about what is concerning the long-term basis. And you see that all the different scenarios made by the public authorities in France, or the TSO, the transmission system operator, or even the distribution system operator, they all show that there will be a huge reduction on energy consumption by 2050. From 1,600 terawatt hour nowadays to 1,000 terawatt hours in 2050. But at the same time, the consumption of electricity will remain relatively stable, from 480 terawatt hour to 550 terawatt hour. And that, despite the fact that there will be a lot of development of new uses of electricity. That is to say, for instance, electric vehicle, but also electrification in the industry, but also heat pumps and so on. What does it mean? It means that, in fact, there is a kind of double flow. That is to say, on one side, a development of the uses, but at the same time, a sort of sobriety concerning the consumption of electricity. And by the way, with the COP of our current heat pumps and so on, the consumption of electricity will remain relatively stable. And if you add to that we plan to change electric heating by heat pump and so on, it will show you that at the end of the day, the whole consumption will remain relatively stable.
So that's an assuring confirmation. The lights will stay on even with 50, 60 million heat pumps. Let's come back to this idea of energy demand and reduction thereof. Peter, you mentioned that some of the commercial players in the market also suffer quite a bit from the energy price increases. Is there any type of support that you envision for small and medium-sized companies? We hear a lot about bakeries, breweries, these type of buildings. They could have shifted to heat pumps. I guess they were tricked a little bit into believing that cheap gas is enough, so they didn't have to do any more. But are they now getting more alerted, and will you help them?
Yeah, that's a real challenge. I think we need to make companies alive, small and big. I had a meeting yesterday with many experts, including the CEO of the chemical industry, Cefic, and he told me that BASF is planning the biggest heat pump ever for the industrial production. So this is something we desperately need to support, and that's why also the electricity price is so important, that it doesn't go through the roof. So the problem is they should have done it earlier. I'm pushing BASF for many, many years to decarbonize, and they thought they could rely on Russian gas. And they are in particular guilty for this policy. They personally intervened with all the German government and commission officials to trust on Russian gas. But on the other end, there are many people that work with these companies, and we need the basic material. Without the basic material from the chemical industry, all the economy will go down and nothing will be possible. So we need to help them to survive the next winter, but also based on a long-term perspective that goes to this decarbonization. And with the SMEs, it's the same, you know. I'm coming back to our hometown. I was born even in the same town like he, Olsberg. My brother has, in the same hospital, my brother has a bakery there. And he invested a lot in photovoltaic, but still he's incapable to pay the bill. And now he's telling me two things. So I'm going to get bankrupt if I don't get support, but please recognize that I have already done this investment and others didn't. But the problem is, the more targeted you will try to do it, the more complicated it is. And while you have sorted this out, all these companies, big and small, are already bankrupt. So we need to be a bit pragmatic. There needs to be also maybe loans for poor people. We need direct income support for companies. Loans are maybe better served, because then you also see who has a long-term perspective and who is just getting the money and go bankrupt anyhow because he has no plan for the future. It's a hell of a job, but it needs to be fixed fast, as just as possible, but also as fast as possible.
And the really big difficulty will be to deliver all the units that could help. I mean, like even if your brother would have wanted a heat pump just now because he was a bit forward-looking and ordered it in March, Patrick, how quickly will we see increased capacities in the market? The investment will have a lead time.
Indeed, yeah. Building a factory takes time. Building walls especially takes time. But I think with all the manufacturers around the room today, even within the existing premises, there's still a lot we can do. So I think just this year, we practically increased production capacity with about 50% in 1 year time. So a lot can happen in between before, let's say, the new mega factories that some of us here are planning are coming onto line, which will be towards 2025 onwards, actually. So the production is ramping up, but there's more to that. The fact that possibly your brother can get a heat pump is one, maybe the unit itself, but possibly more important, the installer. And that's the next part of the game. It's also down to us to together with companies like EDF, to train installers. And I'm happy to see that partnerships are being developed to actually be able to do that. To scale up the installers, to remove the fear that some of them still have of not installing a boiler and installing a heat pump. This is still there. There's averages that say in some countries 30% of the installers can do heat pump. Other countries it's 10%, others it's even 5%. So there's a lot still to be done there to make sure that the installation capacity is geared up. And then again, coming to innovation and R&D, it's on to us as manufacturers to make them more easy to install, to make them more faster to install, which then again will solve possibly part of the question about affordability. Because next to the unit, the install cost is also a big part of the game. So tackling all of that and almost circling the point we will be able to deliver, and we will have to work together. And again, that's where this accelerator can come, because a lot of stakeholders are involved to be able to solve the puzzle.
If we talk about affordability, heat as a service could be a quick way out, right? I mean, you mentioned flexibility. Martin, is flexibility the basis of heat as a service, and is that used also in industrial applications?
Well, the basis of heat as a service is, of course, a financial arrangement. So flexibility can be part of that, but that obviously doesn't solve supply chain and labor-related issues, because you just move the problem to a different type of company, namely the ESCO. But so I leave it to others to comment on supply chain bottlenecks and so on. But there obviously is also the element of the grid. Can we connect all this power? Yes, in total, we may have sufficient generation capacity to meet this new power demand, because we're installing rapidly wind and solar all across Europe. But are we not getting congestion issues at local scale? And that's something that we see actually close by here. The Belgian grid, the Dutch grid are getting quite congested. If you look at the color maps of where you have still connection capacity available, they're turning rather red. And then here we are already in quite a densely electrified world with a rather strong grid. If you look at a country like Poland, nowadays fantastic ambitions on wind. But how do we get all this wind to those consumers? And I think the answer there is to join forces across that value chain. Local generation meets local demand. And what does that mean? Is demand then able to scale with generation? Should all this demand be connected in N-1 safe way? Or not necessarily, because we may still have some hybrid setups. An industrial who has run gas boilers for years, maybe this gas boiler can stay there for moments when power prices are peaking and not a lot of local renewables are available. And so I think that we're looking also technically around designs and local solutions that actually bring this flexibility in a game.
Thank you. I see we have 2.5 minutes left. I see also that the other speakers are mic'd up as we speak, so maybe we have 30 seconds more. Is there any questions in the audience that needs to be raised at this point in time? Savina, can you just give me a hint? The mic sets, do they have to be exchanged while we are going off stage to the new people, or do you have a second set that is done now? Sorry? Okay, so we can speak a little bit more. Because then I would ask that question to Frederick, actually. I mean, I guess it's the most uneasy question to you. In the current situation in France, but also in Europe, we see the day-ahead prices. The day-ahead prices are really a challenge, if not even to say a disaster. Will we have enough capacity, both on the generation side and on the distribution side? And how quickly can we follow the increasing demand for electric technologies from your perspective?
As I told you previously, we do have some constraints in the coming winter due to the general situation, due to some issues on the nuclear fleet and so on. So that's for the next winter. Concerning generation, but we do hope that on longer term or medium term, we will be in the correct position in order to tackle with all. Concerning the demand, and I wanted to say that I totally agree with the previous panelist. There will be also eventually an issue concerning the distribution grid, but what we see in France, and it's not EDF who say that, but the TSO and the DSO, they are all saying that more than 50% of the coming investment in the next future in order to reinforce the grid will come not from new demand use, but will come from the integration of new renewables and so on. More than 50% of the new substations will be designed for injection rather than for demand. So I'm pretty confident on the demand side and the answer of the grid for the time being, even if we will have to make some investment in order to be able to welcome all the new generation in the coming years.
Wonderful. Now we are really slightly over time, but I think it's a very good closing. We need to reinvest into the grid. We need to reinvest into industry. We have heard that basically the technology is ready. The European Parliament and the co-legislator is helping to put heat pumps on a more economically interesting footing. We see the need for new services based on flexibility and others. And in my opinion, this reiterates and underlines the need for this cooperation platform. Call it an accelerator, call it a platform, call it a forum. Maybe we need a new forum like the Madrid Forum similarly, so that there is something that makes us meet every year, as Patrick said it so nicely, to check if we are on track for the fast transition that we have ahead of us. Thank you very much. And we will move over to the next session that will talk about the end user experience and the consumer association interest. Peter, Martin, Patrick, Frederick, thank you very much for the interesting discussion and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you so much.
So we didn't plan a proper coffee break, hence I would kindly ask you to take your seats again. This has to wait for another 45 minutes. And I would take as a last obligation of the previous session the opportunity to introduce Josephine van Besselaar, I would like to take the opportunity to introduce Josephine van Besselaar, who is our head of EU policy and who will moderate the next panel on the one-stop shop of the energy transition. So ladies and gentlemen, if it is not asking too much, could we have a silent room for the panelists to talk about how to make it easy for the end user to choose and to decide in favor of a heat pump?
Thank you, Thomas. We're still lacking one speaker, Stephen O'Connor from Superhomes.
Oh, he's online.
He's online. Okay, I didn't know. That's a surprise, but good. Nice that he is joining. Okay, so good morning, everyone, and welcome at this second session, which I'm very happy to moderate. So in this session, we will look at the consumers part. So as Kerstin Jona has mentioned, there's two challenges. So the installer part, the skills part related actually also to the consumers directly, and then the other part, the production. In the previous session, we looked more at the production part. This will also be addressed more this afternoon, but here in this session, we will really focus on the consumer and on making the customer experience better, improving that, and looking how to do this. So we really want to give a message of hope and show and demonstrate that there's many new business models and innovations that really make and improve the customer experience. Because in these times of crisis, it's important to give a positive message and to give trust and hope that there are solutions, that there are innovative people that come up with these new solutions. So before giving the word to the speakers, I would like to introduce them. And first of all, we have Monique Goyens. She's Director General of BEUC. And BEUC is the European Consumer Organization. They are really representing the voice of the consumers at EU level in many different debates, and especially in the energy debate. This is very important that all these energy legislations that are revised at such a high speed and at such a big scale that, yeah, they are really as consumer friendly as possible. And Monique is Director General also since 2007 at BEUC. Then secondly, we have Ian Hutchcroft. He's market maker at Energiesprong. He has 25 years of experience, and he is implementing actually the Dutch developed Energiesprong model in the UK. Ian is also leading many groundbreaking projects, such as the Mayor of London's Retrofit Accelerator Homes program. He's also chair at an energy community, and he has won 2 Ashton Awards for sustainable energy innovation. So very happy to have you at this panel. Then next we have the speaker online, Stephen O'Connor, the managing director of Electric Island Superhomes. He also has 25 years of experience both in the energy and telecom sector. And before establishing Electric Island Superhomes, he was Director of Corporate Affairs in a telecom company. Very interesting, I would say, and because for us, the Superhomes in Ireland is a bit the basis of all the consumer one-stop shops in Europe. We are using in our advocacy work at EHPA really the example of the Ireland Superhomes as the one-stop shop to be rolled out all over Europe. So very happy to have Stephen here today for the panel. And then last but certainly not least, we have Martin Colignon. He's a co-founder of Lun. Lun is a Copenhagen-based tech startup, and they focus on making it a no-brainer for European tradespeople to install heat pumps. He has a background in Google and Uber, so very tech-based, and he also is a climate activist, which is very exciting. So he's really advocating for a carbon tax in Denmark. So that's also an interesting perspective to add today. So as a starting point, I would like to give the word to Monique to give a bit of an overview of what consumers currently are still struggling with. What are still the hurdles today when you want to do a renovation with a heat pump in general? What are the barriers?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for having invited me. I think it's a very important conversation that is going on now. I'm also very happy to restore a little bit of gender balance together with you in the conversation. Don't forget that women also take investment decisions. Sometimes they're even pushing for the investment decisions. So don't forget the way we make decisions when you communicate. I have to say that this is always on panels where there are too many men. Second, of course, we are end consumers of heating solutions. But we are also consumers of bakeries. And going back to the last panel, I think it is very important for consumers overall that small business can afford energy bills. So for the diversification of the other markets, the food market and the restaurants, the supermarkets, or the small shops. So it's very important that the solutions that are going to be rolled out, that need to be rolled out, are the ones that deliver not cheap, but affordable energy to all. Now, I only have a few minutes, so a few things. First of all, before going to the consumer difficulties and obstacles, our position on heat pumps. Very straightforward. I think Thomas is very pleased about our position. You can be. We have our own data. We have done our own studies. Heat pumps are the solution for consumers in the future. So they are, and what is very important, it's not just about the environment, it's also about the money. It's a win-win, because at the end of the day, they are the most efficient way of heating or cooling your house. And they are, in our calculations, up to 60 to 100%, 140% less expensive than hydrogen solutions. So what we are now very much concerned about is the push for getting hydrogen into the conversation. Hydrogen has maybe its place in the energy mix, but not on residential, for residential consumers, neither for the home, nor for the car. I want to be quoted on that, so just go on that. Very important, because we are the ones who pay the bill at the end of the day, so please don't make it. And we see the campaign on hydrogen coming. We see they are furbishing their arms, and I think it's really important to debunk what needs to be debunked. And that's my first barrier that I would like to mention, because it's really consumer specific. It's, if you really want to have consumers on board, the first thing to do is to raise their awareness. For many consumers, heat pumps are still like science fiction or tech fiction, Or do you have to drill 150 meters into the ground of your garden? You don't want, No, this is not the case anymore, and they are not aware of the savings. And now they are being told that, I mean, I have a lot of stories to tell from consumers, you know, that by their installers that they should still remain with the gas, because now the new gas solutions are still much more, energy efficient and cheaper than heat pumps. Because what is important is that you have to make a life cycle assessment. So heat pumps might still be expensive now, but on the long term, they are the best solution. So this is very important. Develop a space that is trustworthy for consumer information. And I guess that my colleagues here will come back to the one-stop shop, but it's also trustworthy information where consumers can turn to so that they make the right investment decision. Because very often it's not heat pumps alone. It's also heat pumps and solar panels and storage, maybe, or an electric car, you know, V2G and all those solutions. People are a little bit afraid. Not all of us are geek, or not all of us are specialists in that field. And there is certainly also a lot of, let's say, gray information that is being rolled out. The second point I would like to insist on is upfront investments. I mean, now people would need to invest, but people cannot even pay their energy bill for the moment. So how can you imagine them making an upfront investment? And I have heard in the last panel speaking about loans. Even loans, I would say, is maybe, we need creative solutions for investing. We don't say that you need to get that for free, but we need to help the people not being afraid of, let's say, the financial burden in the beginning of the investment. And that is really something that is very important. For the moment, what we are very worried about and even angry is that currently governments are wasting money. You get, I mean, all of us, by the way, in some countries, get vouchers for their, their fuel in the petrol fuel, for the even older-fashioned heating, or for your electricity or energy bill, 100 euro, 120 euro. This is wasted money if your house is not fit for purpose, because you just give that money away. It's not an investment, it's a cost. If you spend those budgets into helping people getting more energy efficiency in their heating systems, it's an investment. It's a win for you as a government in the long term, because then your social allowances might go down, because you don't need to pay people who are energy poor anymore, because they don't spend so much on energy. It's good for the environment, it's good for the people. So that needs a little bit of creative and courageous policy making. We are not there yet, but if we have a critical mass of people telling that, maybe it would be good to do so. So I would really call for creative financial solutions from the public sector, not just wasting the money, but also not speaking about tax incentives. Tax incentives are good for higher middle income people. Low income people, they cannot wait for 3 years to get that money back, or to have a reduction on the taxes that they don't even pay because they are too low income. So really creative thinking. Then I would like just to mention, because I think that my colleagues on the panel will share that, important other barriers is, of course, access to one-stop shops. So the fact that you really need to have trustworthy advice, I already mentioned it. And the last point, and then maybe I can come back later in the discussion, it's access to skilled installers. When can I know that this person is going to give me the right installation adapted to what I need in my house? Not every house needs to be, not every house is fit for a heat pumps. Not every house needs to be fully retrofitted to be fit for a heat pump. So it's really important that there is a tailor-made solution. And how can I trust you rather than this person to provide that, not only the advice, but also the installation that is convenient for my house? And I stop here because I think my colleagues has much more to say on that.
Thank you very much, Monique. Yes, so you identified quite a few barriers. So raising awareness is needed. Also the costs, so that people are able to do this life cycle assessment, and then creative solutions that enable people not to have to make this upfront investments, and creative policies, creative financial solutions, and then also access to skilled installers. So now I would like to address the next speaker, Ian Hutchcroft. Can you explain a bit what Energiesprong is, what it does, and how it's addressing one or more of these barriers that is addressed by Monique?
Sure, thank you, and thanks for inviting us here today. It's great to be here. So the Energiesprong approach is an approach, is a one-stop approach to delivering this huge challenge of the renovation wave that we need, the zero carbon homes of the future that need to be all of those over Europe need to be zero carbon. So how do we do that? Well, the Energiesprong offer to the consumer is a beautiful home. Your home looks beautiful from the outside, and it's warm and comfortable on the inside every day of the year, every year into the future. And it's guaranteed to be affordable. What was your energy bill is reduced massively, perhaps by 70, 80, or 90%. And that saving, that unlocks the new business model that pays for the zero carbon retrofit. So the Energiesprong one-stop approach brings this approach of net zero in one go, because zero carbon retrofit in one go brings lots of benefits and lots of opportunities, not least of which the actual real-life performance of the building can be guaranteed by the companies that deliver the retrofit, because it's the whole house. If you have that guarantee, you have guaranteed savings. If you have guaranteed savings, you have a business model based on those long-term savings, which are guaranteed. You have finance. And we don't need grants then. We have a proper business case that can deliver zero carbon retrofit. So the challenge is, where is the industry out there to deliver that? It's not there at the moment. This needs to be an industry that can deliver retrofit much cheaper than today, much, much cheaper than today. Not by having lots of skilled people out in the streets out there trying to figure out how you connect the heat pump to the ventilation system, to the inverter from the PV, and how you get the storage to work, and then how do you get the smart tariff around import and export to benefit the consumer and drive a sustainable zero carbon electricity grid. That is difficult, it presents a skills challenge, and it drives large cost. What we need is simple components. We need fabric to be really good and quick and easy to install in one day. An industrially manufactured panel that wraps around the house like a tea cozy, with a similar solution on the roof, with PV generation maxed out. And we don't need a heat pump. I'm waiting for somebody to throw something at me. Of course we need a heat pump. This has to be an all-electric solution. The heat pump is integral to this. But the product that the consumer needs is an energy pod. It's a box made in a factory that plugs into the existing electrics and the existing plumbing in the house. It works. And in that box is the heat pump, of course, but there's also the ventilation equipment. And there's also the inverter for the PV. And there's also the smart monitoring and controls, the brain that makes this zero carbon home work for the household and for the electricity grid. That's the opportunity of the future. It's not selling heat pumps, but it's selling this box that provides the service easily, without having lots of people on site, without all the complication of joining together these different components that speak different languages together. They need to be in that box and already working. And already with the Energiesprong approach in the Netherlands, in Germany, in France, and in the UK, we're building the launching market for that new industry of the future. It's already there, it's small, it's hundreds of homes, and in the UK at least, we've got 1,500 contracted in the future volume. But we're trying to build this volume market on a runway that increases and takes off without any breaks in the road. So we're using social housing as that launching market, and already we are seeing companies respond to that zero carbon retrofit challenge that the Energiesprong approach brings, but also the huge market opportunity. So we are seeing companies like Factory Zero in the Netherlands who are making that box. It does it all. You take it to site, you plug it in, it works, you go away, and you guarantee its performance. That's Factory Zero in the Netherlands. In the UK, we have Ventive, we have Monodraft, we have the Bowtie Porch Pod. These are quite small innovations, but they're on site, they're working on houses, they're working now, and we've learnt a lot from the 170 installations in the UK, the thousands in the Netherlands, and the hundreds in France and Germany. We've learnt a lot. If you look on Energiesprong UK's LinkedIn page today, you will see our first performance report of the first 174 properties retrofitted in the UK to the Energiesprong standard. And that should give you, the supply chain, real confidence, because that open source monitoring data shows that real zero carbon, zero energy, net zero energy retrofit can be delivered, that it works, and that should give you confidence that, yeah, we can make this and we can guarantee its performance. And if you can guarantee its performance, you unlock a new business model for you that doesn't involve grants. It involves consumers who want your products integrated with fabric that makes their homes look and feel beautiful and affordable, which after all is what drives people in their homes. It's not really climate change and energy efficiency, sadly. It's their houses looking and feeling beautiful and being affordable. You can deliver that, and there's a business case out there for you to have, but you've got to link your heat pump components with the rest of the energy components, with the fabric, and make it work. We could do this, we are doing this. Kind of over to you guys. Unfortunately, it is a lot of guys, isn't it? But
True.
guys and ladies.
Thank you, Ian. So you're really providing this solution in the form of this integrated product to make the process quicker, reducing the costs. So that's really how you are tackling these barriers. Now I would like to move to Stephen on the screen. Hi, Stephen. You established the Ireland Super Homes, and if I'm not mistaken, you're much more also looking at consumer awareness, at also the financing part. Can you explain a bit more about how your one-stop shop model is also tackling these different barriers?
Sure. Thanks, Josephine. And I was delighted by your introduction that you said that Electric Ireland Super Homes in Ireland was kind of a pathfinder or a good example for Europe. I think that's true, but I think the reason we are a pathfinder is we have a very great need. Our housing stock is poor. It is not energy efficient. 20% of our housing stock are period buildings, before 1930, and they have challenges. And then also we had weak building regulations until about 2005. So we've got an awful lot of work to do. We've got a very energy intensive high emission housing stock that we need to fix. We also rely significantly on imported fossil fuels. We have some of our own gas, but we import a lot of oil and a lot of gas to feed the boilers of these energy inefficient homes. And traditionally, we haven't had very strong government policy in the area of heat. And I can say that honestly because I was involved in that policy myself 10 years ago, and I wish I'd done a lot more, or we'd done a lot more at the time. So we've got a big challenge to step up to. Now, happily, we are actually in a good place from a policy point of view. We are one of the one-stop shops that have been set up in Ireland. Electric Ireland Super Homes is delivering deep retrofits nationwide, all heat pump led. We don't do fossil fuels, to get all homes to a minimum B2 standard. The one-stop shop model does a survey, energy survey, design, energy report. We hire the contractor, we select the contractor, we do all the project management on site, we do the quality assurance, we do all the paperwork, and crucially, we do all of the grant application work for the consumer. And the aim is to really take the headache out of what for a lot of people is an intimidating process. So that's what we do. And actually all the one-stop shops in Ireland, there's about 20 registered. were all called together last night into a hotel, and you know, we were SEAI, which is the government agency, you know, is really trying to get us together as a group, even though technically we're competitors. We're not really. We're all trying to get this done to try and share information. What are we learning from each other? What are we learning about the consumer kind of reaction? And I guess the you know, what was in the room last night was, we are the response to this complexity barrier. We're a response to the finance barrier. Government is providing grants, and that's great. But the one-stop shop community in Ireland has to pre-finance those grants. So it's not like the consumer pays us and then applies for a check. The one-stop shop, like ourselves, we have actually got to finance that grant, and we've got to get that grant back. So that helps the finance challenge. But the complexity and the communication challenge, we've got to do a lot of work around that. It's up to the one-stop shop community as well as government, very aligned, to kind of debunk all of the myths that are associated with heat pumps. And I think we know, you know, and that's probably a useful conversation. What are, for the whole panel, you know, what are those myths that consumers have? What are the obstacles? You know, underfloor heating, you know, I need to have it. You know, heat pumps don't work on cold days, you know, all this sort of stuff. You know, that's what we hear all of the time. So that's who we are.
Thank you very much, Stephen. And then I would like to move to Martin and listen to your solution that you provide as Loon, and you look more at integrating the installer process, but please explain us how you are tackling these barriers with your innovation.
Yes, so I'm Martin. We are very early at Loon, so we started the company at the start of the year, and the thesis that we're working on is there are a lot of shared headaches between the installer and the consumer, and right now, you know, some of it is on the installer side, some of it is on the consumer side. So what if we could be between the two and really help them remove all these headaches? So for the consumer, super easy, but also for the installer, super easy. Because right now, the issue as an installer specifically, if you're a plumber, electrician, maybe you've never done heat pumps before, if you want to go in the market, then suddenly you need to be an expert in financing, in subsidies, in dimensioning, in, you know, procurement right now. All these kind of things, which is super tough for someone who's been in the job for 30 years and has had maybe a quite easy life before getting to heat pumps. So we're really trying to take all the headaches away from them for two reasons. One, we're already lacking installer, but it's going to get worse in the future as the industry grows and as the need grows as well. So we need to give them back more time. So they don't need to do dimensioning, the procurement, the financing, the customer support, all these things, we take it away from them. The second thing, so my background from Uber, is you need to pay them more. So make sure that the people today that are not doing heat pumps because they find other tasks more attractive, you pay them better per hour. So they decide to do heat pumps. So they view doing heat pumps as a more interesting thing. Where we see things have gone wrong in the past, and if you try to get quite technical, usually the mistakes happen very early in the process. You know, when you go around with the energy audit and maybe you miss something at the home because there's so much time that goes between the time when you go in the home and you do the installation. That poor planning leads to very poor performance on the other hand, or more delays or more high costs or whatever. So we try to plan very well from the get-go. We do a virtual visits, you know, with a webcam that so far functions quite well. Have all the data and structure very well the data. So when we are at the installation date, there are very few surprises, if that makes sense, and the installer can show up, do their work, and then leave again, not having to come back to the home again. So that's a bit what we're trying to do. I think there's a lot to do. So in Denmark, where we started, we're very privileged with a lot of open data, where we can get access to almost all the house data. So I know there are some policymakers around here. In Denmark, you know, I can start, and just by looking up an address, I can see what kind of boiler they have, get the building renovation passport, all the ones in the past that have been done with all the data. I can get the geometry of the, so it's on the home, not on the users, just so we're clear here. But also get the geographical geometry of the home, the geographical geometry of the property as well, which means I can do a noise calculation before having to show up to the house and actually understand where should the heat pump be placed, to some degree, if that makes sense. There's just a lot of things that I think regulators can do. I think there are still a few countries that give out fossil fuel, boiler subsidies, and that needs to stop very soon. I mean, it should be stopped a long time ago, but now it should be done. And general energy taxation, right? We can keep on giving grants for heat pump installations, but if the running costs are not, the difference is not high enough, I mean, long term it's still going to be a very difficult proposition for the people. And then not on the regulation, I mean, I think it's also a regulation problem, but on the financing side, it's still an issue. It's difficult to get banks to do the leasing models, do the subscription models, at least in Denmark. And I know in some countries, Germany, etc., things are changing slowly. It's an industry that's been going very well for the solar panels, and I think we need to move there as fast as we can for the heat pumps, because as you mentioned, you know, for some people it might be okay to spend 10, 20k euros on a heat pump, but for 90% of the population, it's not possible. And there comes some risk with loans, especially, you know, right now in the situation we're in. So there are some things that needs to be done from the governments, which are not necessarily just giving out money, tax credits or things like that, but more on the making things more smooth.
Thank you, Martin. You immediately already gave a bit of your advice to policymakers on how to improve things. We will also discuss that with the others, but I would like to move back to Monique, who wants to react maybe to Martin's statements, but maybe also to the other models. Where do you see the advantages? How do you think consumers can react to this, or what are the benefits, or still some gaps?
Yes, maybe three remarks I would like to make. I think that the points that have been made by Ian and by Stephen, it's a very important point. It's the behavioral bias of consumers, because people think it's a hassle, you know, to renovate the house. They are afraid, and so they procrastinate, even those who have the means. So making this like ready-made, but even tailor-made solution, I think is really getting the heat off the decision, really, I mean, now using that word. Another element that I think is important to take into account, and I was thinking about that when I listened to you, Martin, which is you also need to be creative when it comes to the relationship landlord-tenant, because many houses are, of course, occupied by tenants, and you can have solutions where tenants could be part, or the landlord. I mean, there could be really solutions where it's a win-win for the landlord and for the tenant. You need just to be creative, and that's something that needs really to be promoted, because it's the tenants who are very often the less affluent households, and they need more energy efficiency in their house. So that would be something that would need to be part of the solution. And then I cannot resist when you speak about open data, certainly when I know that you have been working at Google. I mean, be aware that there can be really a backlash if you go into the people's lives. I mean, the house, I mean, the geography or geometry of the house or whatever. But if you also, I mean, if you go for the data that relates, for example, to how you live, when you shower, or when you eat or so, this is something that you really first ask the consumer with an informed context.
No, completely agreed. And yes, I was aware that my background would come into play here. No, the open data is governmental to start with, so it's not something that we open up. But you also need the consumption from the user to give them the good advice and to give them the right solution for them. So it's also, as you mentioned, a trade-off between what. Yes, I agree.
Maybe Ian and Stephen, are you also working with data? Would you like to have more data available? How are your perspectives on this issue?
Yes, data is essential to get the zero carbon transition going in the built environment, because we have to prove that houses actually are zero carbon. There's no good it notionally being zero carbon when the equipment is on the laboratory bench or when it's in the factory. These have to be real, warm homes every day for an affordable price and zero carbon and supporting a sustainable electricity grid. So the Energiesprong approach works through a performance specification that has to be guaranteed by the solution provider that delivers the retrofit, and they have to verify that performance specification is being met every hour, every day, every year for the lifetime of the building and the guarantee. And that requires monitoring. Monitoring at the moment is, all your equipment has data in it. It's really difficult to get your data into the inverter for the PV's data, into the ventilation equipment's data stream, and get that all into one It's too difficult at the moment. It can be done, but it's costly and it's difficult. You know, we need data that flows really easily into the resident so that they know that their house is performing, that it's comfortable, that the humidity is great, the air quality is great, and their energy bill is low and affordable. They need that data. The building owner, if it's a rented property, they need to know that their investment in the retrofit is paying off, and that the business case that uses what was the resident's energy bill to finance their investment in the property, they need to know that that's working. It needs to be verified. And actually, the company that's guaranteeing and that designed and delivered the retrofit, they need the data from the property as well to verify that it's performing, that they're not going to have their guarantees broken, but also so they can spot if something begins to go a little bit wrong. They can do a service visit before the consumer even knows. And also maybe just to check that the household isn't doing anything silly, like leaving all the windows open in the middle of winter and trying to get the heat pump to provide the heat cost effectively.
So you're checking whether I open my window? Oh,
well,
I don't like that.
Yeah, I can see how that could be worrying. But if it helps you, the consumer, to give you a nice friendly warning that says your bills are going up here, that's something that we have to work towards. I think there are challenges. I don't doubt.
So if I stay up all night, you will know.
Well, there are big issues there, and I don't decry that.
Don't underestimate.
No, I'm not underestimating. Yeah. I'm looking to the future. I'm future casting. I'm talking about solutions that we need to make this renovation wave happen at scale. And heat pumps and data are very much part of that, and there are real challenges ahead, but we can overcome them.
Josephine, I might just add to that. I'm obviously extremely jealous of Martin's open data arrangements. That sounds very, very interesting. We don't have that quality. What we do have, we obviously have the database of all of the energy ratings of all of the homes in Ireland. Every home in Ireland has a unique postal code that is specific to that house. And you can link the energy report that is on file to that. So that's a great kind of place to start for us. That's useful. The other thing that we are able to do in Ireland from a marketing point of view is we're just doing a campaign at the moment targeting homes that we believe are heat pump ready. So we were able to segment a door drop, segmenting homes that were built post 2005. And we just did a door drop to those homes in Ireland. So the advantage of that was we felt, well, those homes, they're post 2005, they're probably fabric-wise in reasonably good condition. And they may probably have an oil or a gas boiler, but they'd be what we would call heat pump ready. And they may be suitable. So we were able to do a segmented campaign. So I guess, we're trying to use the available information and try and be clever about it.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Can I just react on? I don't want to spoil the party, but I really would like to insist on the fact that data protection is important. Of course, you need the data. It's no problem. This is the trade-off that is totally legitimate. But for example, how sure can the consumer be that you are not selling those to third parties, because I know that this happens. So this is very important. And where are your data localized? I mean, are they in Europe? Are they in the United States? Are they in China? And there are jurisdictions in the world that are not at all as nice to protection of personal data and not spying on the people than in Europe. So it's so don't underestimate that might have unintended consequences also in terms of consumer trust. Just wanted to make that sure.
Yeah. No, and I think it goes much further than that. So given my background, I'm very well aware of these issues and the trade-offs, and I think that you need to be incredibly careful. And I think right now it's actually, as a startup, you want to probably err on the side of conservatism with regards to where you get your data, so making sure you have a server in Europe. In Denmark now you cannot use Google Analytics per se, so you need to make sure about that as well. So a lot of consideration. But so I think on the renovation, just switching the boiler to a dumb heat pump and not connected would make a huge difference from there. What you just need to make sure is that the installation is done correctly. So and for me, it's a lot more about the house, a lot more about the building, that the energy consumption of the house and the potential energy consumption of the house more than the individual user. Because I agree, I think it's also, are you optimizing for the big items, which is the boiler switch to a heat pump? Are you optimizing for the 1%, which are important at scale, of course, but you know, maybe you don't need all that data stored wherever you want them stored. I agree.
Yeah, so there's still a lot of work on the data issue, and where is the, how do you say, the sweet spot between making it enough data available to have these innovations rolled out at mass scale, but at the same time also protecting the consumer. So there we still have some work to do. I would like to pick up on something that was mentioned by Stephen, these homes that are heat pump ready, and also someone mentioned also before, there's still a lot of myths that we need to debunk. And I think there's still a lot of myths of, when is a home heat pump ready? People say, it needs to be completely insulated, needs to have underfloor heating everywhere. So what is this concept, heat pump ready, and how can we ensure that this is not narrowed down, too much, or have a, how do you say, has a too, ambitious level of complete installation of the house and so on. So how are your business models working on that and making sure that these myths are debunked and that this is understood well?
I think there are two things, right? One is consumers just became aware that heat pump existed. You know, they became aware about it about a year ago, a bit less than a year ago, when the gas prices went crazy. So I think time will also help in the sense that you'll see your neighbor get a heat pump, and you'll see the other neighbor get a heat pump, etc. So I think there's a natural time that will change things. Number one. I think number two, the hardware will also make things a lot easier. So I know we're talking about the F words, etc., but you know, it's easier now for heat pumps to have a higher flow temperature. Of course, with loss of efficiency, I'm not disregarding this, but it also means that you can start now with a heat pump and then afterwards, add the insulation afterwards, you see the efficiency not being as much up. So I think things are changing, which means that the myth that the industry has struggled with for a very long time are getting, you know, eased up. It's getting easier just because you see more and more adoption, but also because the hardware, the insulation are getting improved, etc. So I also think that time will change things. Of course, mass campaigns by the government or by non-profits there will help, no doubt. Or the BUC shouting loud and clear that heat pumps are the future.
Okay, maybe are you at BUC doing?
I think we have a responsibility as consumer organizations to provide that message and to be part of the solution. So we try to debunk, we try to also acknowledge progress, and I agree, it's maybe a little bit more than a year ago, but there is speed now. So I think that now maybe the challenge is more the installers that are not aware, or the raw materials or how do you say, the delivery time is quite long. But I think that now more and more people are getting it, but we still have a critical mass there where, just to tell you a personal story, I own a house that I rent, and I proposed to the tenant to increase slightly the rent, but I would install on my cost solar panels and a heat pump, and she refused. Because she was so afraid that would not be the right solution for the heating of her house. So, well, bad luck for her. Now she has to pay the high price for a warm house. So it's very important to, and I think when you look at the magazines or the websites of consumer organizations now in Europe, it's very, very frequent that the articles are being devoted to that.
Okay, yeah, I'm just looking at the time and I see we're almost at the end, and there's still a lot of topics that I wanted to discuss. Also this landlord-tenant issue, how are the different business models tackling that? But maybe we can do that in the lunch break or later. But maybe to have a last round, it would be great if these innovative business models are really rolled out throughout Europe. We see that it's still startups or still in a few countries. What would you tell policymakers, like what are the absolute key measures that are needed to enable the large-scale rollout of these innovative business models that make installations with heat pumps easier, quicker, and cheaper? Maybe Stephen?
I certainly from an Irish point of view, we've done a lot of messaging over the last few years, and government policy here is very supportive, very settled. And I think everybody is well aware of the challenge. So from a policy point of view, we're more operating now at a lower level because it's not the high level policy. It's around making the scheme as easy to operate as possible. So that is more kind of operational. I think the work we need to do is with the builders, the contractors. You know, we need to get the right skills in there. We need to get the architects and the plumbers willing to embrace this new technology, because it is, you know, it's new and it's difficult. So we've got an awful lot of outreach to do, not just with government, more, I would say, around the trade and the consumer. I think the government's in a good place. I think the consumer is skeptical, and I think the tradespeople prefer the technology that they know, and that's our challenge.
Okay, thank you. Maybe Martin, because you're very related to the tradespeople issue, I would say.
I mean, again, so I also come from a carbon tax perspective. Make sure that you price the externalities of the heating correctly. So make sure that gas and oil stays a lot more expensive than heating your home with electricity, because long term, that's the sustainable way to do it. And it's align incentives and makes a lot of things much easier. So I agree on the subsidy scheme. In Denmark, the subsidy scheme is not ideal. You know, we have to apply and then wait 3 months to get an answer. Then you order the heat pump, which means that the lag between the time where you apply and the time we actually get the installation done, if you go through a normal process right now, it takes about a year, right? That's crazy in the times that we live in. So you have to be wealthy to basically put the money right now and then get the heat pump very shortly. So I think that's number two. And then number three, I mean, I personally believe that there's a lot of way where government can help with data and also make sure data governance is done correctly on the, again, consumer data, the billing data, the consumer data, etc. So make sure that the, you know, getting access to electricity consumption is done properly with the right governance. Getting access to gas data is also done correctly. So again, in Denmark, it's something that's where we're quite far, and I know we're very privileged, but it's something that can be done with the government that might not seem, you know, directly linked to the energy transition, but actually does matter. You know, in Germany, there are very few smart meters. It does matter for heat pump rollout. It has an implication for that. Same with many other countries. So that's the kind of stuff where I think the governments have a huge role to play, which might not be just throwing more money at the grants for you know, on the purchase, on the installation, which is nice, but I don't think that solves the long-term problem and actually might create new problems, if that makes sense.
Ian, what would be your
Yeah, we need policymakers in this because we need to really accelerate this transition. It's not going to happen unless it's really pushed and accelerated, and policymakers have got to act here. First of all, setting really clear long-term targets for what zero carbon buildings have to be by particular dates. It gives you, the industry, the confidence to invest in the innovation that is needed to make that market and to meet the cost reductions that are needed in that market. And I'd give one example from the UK. I think this is the best thing that the UK government has done for the carbon transition, maybe the only thing, but it's offshore wind. So 10 years ago, offshore wind generated electricity £350 per megawatt hour. Today, it's £44 per megawatt hour. It's cheaper than gas electricity, which is £55 per megawatt hour. The UK government drove that. It drove the industry. It actually worked with the industry. How much did it cost them to get that price down? The UK government's offshore wind accelerator programme cost £125 million. That's a very small price to pay for a global technology that's available all over the world now. We need the same for the built environment. And I really applaud your heat pump accelerator program ask of policymakers today. I would say it's a bit wider than just the heat pump accelerator. It's the retrofit accelerator, or in the European Commission's language, the renovation wave accelerator is what's needed. We've got day-to-day stuff going on, heat pumps, PV, insulation, going in as single measures. We know that we will never be able to provide enough electricity for a heat pump in every home in Europe if there isn't advanced fabric in most properties as well. And we need to bring this together. We need a renovation wave accelerator. And there's a big opportunity because the heat pump is the heart of it.
Thank you, Ian. Monique?
Well, I agree with everything that has been said here. And I would say we have no time to waste. We need a critical mass of people to move on, and not only those who might afford to repay the loan. So this is really the key element for us. And what I would like to say is that from policymakers, I expect that they create the public space so that people become aware, because for the moment it's still, maybe now they're waking up because of the energy prices, but still there is a lot to do in order to get the people on board, because that's important. For example, renovation wave, we don't see how this is trickling down to the people. A lot of blah, blah, if I can say so, but we don't see how it works in real life. And then, of course, I repeat myself, but try to find solutions for the upfront investment. So because that's one of the main barriers. People are just afraid. They cannot now. They are afraid of spending money because they need the money. We are in 2 years of recession, something like that. So people are very, very cautious and very afraid of, you see consumer spending going down like this over the last two months. So this is not going to recover like this. So if you want them to change now, to transit now, you need to provide a solution to that. And finally, I would like to say the business models from super homes and from Energiesprong, they are just great, but we need much more than two prototypes or loan. So we need more OSS, or one-stop shops, and if they're not privately initiated, then they need to be publicly initiated in order to fill the gap.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very good way to end. And I don't want to hold you anymore from going to the lunch. So thanks for this great panel, great discussion, and a good rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Josephine.
Thank you very much, Josephine. Thank you very much to the panelists also online. I don't know if you realized that, but you made so many good quotes. I actually spent a whole day on Twitter just tweeting all these things that you have mentioned. So the customer just experienced and discovered the heat pump. We need to stop blah blah. We have to put the heat pump at the heart of this renovation accelerator, as we called it. I do think that we should follow up on this session and write a paper, the heat pump in a customer perspective. So really to say, how do we accelerate the recognition of all these people that have just recognized the heat pumps and make it real for them and make it an investment opportunity. Thank you very much. It was really great. I think I liked it a lot, and I know quite a bit about heat pumps already. I still learned something new. We will have a very, very interesting afternoon panel. It's 3 more sessions. We have some disruption, some new ideas, and I hope to see you all back at 1400. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see that in the proton, we have some problem in organizing all the other particles. I wouldn't know how they are all called, but they are quite active, they're quite loud. And since we are recording all of this, I suggest that we simply continue, because otherwise we will either blow a few people's deadlines and then they will leave us on stage, so we will not benefit from their insight and input, and we have selected them quite carefully. So what we are seeing is that we would be missing out on some very interesting input. So I would like to call to stage Meredith Annex from Bloomberg New Energy Finance, and she's there the head of heating and hydrogen for difficult to abate sectors. Amy Clark from Octopus, Greg Jackson from Octopus, and Philip Pauster from Termondo. I would call all of these people true troublemakers, if you don't want to call them disruptors. But I think they have stood up to change the industry to the better, to an industry that can deploy massive amounts of heat pumps in the marketplace. And it's exactly that's what we need, massive amounts of heat pumps in the marketplace. So we also need a massive amount of these disruptors. So let us know what other people can learn from you. Philip, Greg, Amy, and Meredith, please take the floor.
Really excited to be here today. I know that we're being called the troublemakers. And just to really lean into that, we're going to switch up some of the speakers on you. Oh, thank you. Amy, do you want to go next to Greg?
Yeah.
Great. So you're going to notice an extra person on the stage. That's because we're running a little late in our schedule today. So Octopus is going to do some magic, quite fitting for the name, actually, of just changing and camouflage, right? So Greg, before you have to duck off, I'm going to start with you, and then Philip, I'm going to come over to you and ask the exact same question. You're both here today. This is your first time at the European Heat Pump Association Forum. We're really delighted to have you. What brought you here? What brought your companies into heat pumps?
For those who don't know Octopus, we call ourselves an energy transition business. Our job is to drive the renewable transition around the world faster and cheaper than anyone imagined. And yet, a couple of years ago, I sat back and had to have an honest conversation with myself. We've got 3.5 million household customers, and most of them buy gas from us. We're meant to be a clean, renewable transition business, and yet, actually, I think we're in the top 10 sellers of carbon dioxide in the UK. And I asked myself that question. I said, how can we call ourselves a renewable business when we're selling gas to millions of households? And I really thought hard, because at the time I was being very critical of oil and gas companies denying climate change, or now denying the solutions to climate change. And I thought, actually, are we doing the same? And so I thought very hard about actually just stopping selling gas. I thought that is a statement when we turn off a multi-billion-dollar revenue stream because it's the wrong thing to do. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that our customers rely on us to provide the power and the heat for their home. And if we stop selling the gas, then we lose those customers. They still need to heat their homes. So what we had to do is think about, how do you heat homes without gas? How do we make ourselves, our own gas business, redundant? How do I kill off a multi-billion-dollar business we have and replace it with something that I can feel proud about, not slightly ashamed of? And I think the answer, when you look at that, there's only two ways we're going to decarbonize heating at scale. One of them is heat pumps, and there's hydrogen. Now look, as an energy retailer, frankly, we should be indifferent. It doesn't matter what I sell. It goes down the pipes and the wires, people pay for it, hurrah, our business is great. That's the way energy suppliers and retailers have often thought about this. But when we looked at the economics and the physics, I couldn't, in any conscience, believe in a hydrogen future. There are only two ways you make hydrogen at scale, really. I mean, if you're going to be clean, one's blue hydrogen, the other's green. Blue hydrogen requires enormous quantities of carbon capture and storage, which, by the way, hasn't been done at scale anywhere successfully ever. At least, I'm told 99% of the times it's been tried, it hasn't worked. And even when it does work, there's leakage, and more importantly, you've got to pay for gas and then do a load of stuff to it, and then do a load of stuff to bury the effluent, and then you've got to upgrade the entire pipe network right to the point that someone burns it. And you've got to do that for every single home to make hydrogen work. This is astonishingly complicated and expensive. Or we go green hydrogen, in which case you create some green electricity, and for every kilowatt hour of green electricity you create, end to end, if you're lucky, you get half a kilowatt hour of heating. Meanwhile, if you do a heat pump, you create a kilowatt hour of green electricity, and by the end, you've got 3 kilowatt hours of heat. I know the figures vary for different types of heat pumps, so broadly speaking, let's say we get a 3x multiple as a baseline, and we can beat it. So it's either a product that is 6 times more efficient than hydrogen, or one that is up against an unknown, moonshot, never going to work, massively expensive project in blue hydrogen. So heat pumps are the only answer if you look at the physics and the economics. That's why we decided we would go all in on heat pumps. I've got to say, by the way, because I have to leave very shortly, I think the single biggest threat to an astonishingly clean, cheap, consumer-friendly future in heat pumps is the hydrogen lobby. And if I've got one plea for everyone here, it is do not underestimate the fact, in London, in the House of Commons in London, there are 120 hydrogen lobbyists. There are only 600 MPs. It's one for every 5 or 6 MPs. That's how powerful the hydrogen lobby is. I was at the Labour Party conference. So for those who don't know British politics, Labour Party is possibly going to be our next government. Their conference, the single biggest presence was the hydrogen lobby, right? And the challenge with hydrogen is if they persuade governments to invest tens and hundreds of billions of euros in changing pipe networks and in the creation of green hydrogen or blue hydrogen, whatever they end up doing, we will only ever be a niche sector. Because we'll be competing against massive socialized costs that everyone will pick up. So right now, I ask everyone to double down the effort to prove to citizens, governments, and the media that heat pumps are the answer. Because we know the physics and we know the economics. And that means we have to challenge ourselves to move from a world where heat pumps are currently, in most countries, a relatively small market of expensive products subsidized by governments, to one that is the mass market, the natural solution, the natural replacement for a gas boiler, because it's cost comparable, certainly on a lifetime basis and probably in a short-run basis. And it's better for consumers. So we need to put all our effort now into making sure that politicians who are making decisions about the future of heating know that this is the right way to go. Otherwise, society faces the biggest mistake in my lifetime if it invests in the wrong solution. So my plea, the reason we're here today, is to bring people the cheapest, fastest decarbonisation through electrification of everything. Thank you.
So one last question, you have to run, okay?
Oh, it's
so it's going to have to
I did it on time.
it's going to have to be like, you know, a 5-word answer probably. That was your closing statement for today in 2022. If we have you back here in 2025, what's your new closing statement going to be?
Okay, so by 2025, I really hope that we haven't. I hate to bang about hydrogen. I want to talk about heat pumps. It's just, you know, if we don't understand that governments today are risking putting in so much into hydrogen they can't backtrack. So I really hope that by 2025, no one is talking about. I mean, hydrogen's amazing for some stuff, right? Like explosions. But I'm joking. It's not. It's perfectly safe sometimes. But the reality is that the idea of hydrogen for heating homes at scale is dead, and that heat pumps are increasingly a choice, a consumer, at the point that gas boiler dies, the natural choice is a heat pump. And it's a heat pump powered increasingly by renewables, and it's using smart grid controls to make sure that instead of it being a burden on our electricity system, it's the perfect partner for electric vehicles and renewable generation.
Thank you so much, Greg.
Can I hand over to my incredible colleague Amy now as I run, and thank you all indeed.
So to start helping to make Greg's dream a reality here, I think we'll try not to talk about hydrogen again for the next 20 minutes. And Philip, I'd love to hear from you. Again, you're a new company to this room, and I'd love to hear what brought you here.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say, because we were here for the dinner last night, and like you said, it's the very first time we were here. And as a European business leader, I have to say, shame on me. This is only my second time I'm in Brussels. And so the very first commitment I'm making is that we as a company got to show up much more often, be here. It was very good yesterday, but also today. And secondly, this is really a room that understood, I think, that it's not only about manufacturing, but really about, if you really want to scale that market, about what's also happening after manufacturing, so X factory, if you want. And that's exactly where we come in. So we launched the company in 2013, really believing that if you want to be successful in the energy transition, it will be also about heat. It will be about 1 and 2 family homes. And if you believe it'll be about 1 and 2 family homes, you need to scale something that nobody's ever scaled before. And that is millions of mini projects, right? And homes are all different, and technical labor is scarce. And yet you got to find ways to standardize that, and most importantly, to make it as simple as possible for customers. So the very first thing we did back then was to write code, right? So we are a company that operates on our own software stack. And that is, for instance, a planning algorithm that, gives us a precise bill of quantity, but also all kinds of processes, including subsidy processes and so on. Now, what we had to learn over the past years was it's not only about reducing CO2 by, let's say, 30 or 50% or 60%, which what we did with our solutions, but it's really about going to net zero. And there's only one option to do that at scale, and that is the heat pump. So that's why, kind of 2 years ago, and with the benefit of hindsight, we should have taken that decision earlier. We decided to fully embark on the heat pump, launched the product, had a range of pilots, and now are in full-on scaling mode since June. And we're doubling our output weekly right now. So we're probably not too far away from being the largest installer of heat pumps, planner and financier of heat pumps in Europe.
It's fantastic. So both of you guys have been seeing incredible growth within your heat pump industry, despite being really recent entrants into it. Granted, heat pump industry is growing quite a lot right now. I think for, maybe the first time in a bit, maybe this has been true for a couple of years, we can officially say customer acquisition is not the challenge at the moment. So what are the challenges that are facing you right now within the heat pump space?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think you're absolutely right. The only reason they are challenges is because we've actually got more demand than we can cope with, essentially, at the moment, which is a great position to be in, right? So all we need to do is scale up our capacity to be able to meet that. So, I mean, the sort of three things people talk about is compatibility. And to be honest, I really don't see that as a challenge. So I'll talk about the UK market because I know that best, which is probably one of the hardest ones actually to tackle. But even within that, about 20% of homes are kind of heat pump ready today with an off-the-shelf solution. I'd say there's another 40%, which, okay, you might need a little bit of insulation, for example, which is a very low-cost measure. And actually, we've got a real opportunity as part of this heat pump rollout to do some of those things and to improve the quality of our housing stock. The other ones are installation capacity, but I think both Tomondo and Octopus have shown that you can scale that very quickly. I mean, both the UK and Germany and lots of other countries have huge numbers of gas installers or oil installers who, their profession has to change with all these new policies coming in. And actually, it's relatively easy to upskill those people. And then the final thing is supply chain. I know there's been a huge focus on that in Germany in particular. We do have a lot of European capacity, which is great. So there are challenges there, but I think they're all surmountable within our grasp.
Yeah.
If I may add, I mean, just some numbers. So the European heat pump market is growing at 30% year on year, same in Germany. Demand is quite likely growing at 600–700%, right? So if you just take the keyword set heat pumps to go to Google and go look at that data, it's growing like 3 to 7x depending on the month you look at, right? If you then factor in that there's now a positive business case for switching from a gas boiler in Germany, a country that historically has had ultra low gas prices and now has significant increase in that commodity price. Power went up too, but not as much. So there's just a business case for every homeowner to go for our rental solution, right? So you start saving money on that first day, right? And so that's there's a before and after. And I think we should all acknowledge that, the world simply has changed massively and quite likely it's never going to go back. Now, and I think the second item is there are tons of challenges. Obviously skilled labor is a challenge and training people is a challenge. But I think what companies like ours can bring to the table, and I think it's really important for manufacturers to, I would ask them to take that away, is really, we are geared to scale. That's what we are good at. We're good at solving problems. We're good at building companies. We're good at doing some backward engineering, saying, okay, if I want to do 50,000 heat pumps in 3 years, what do I need to do today to get there, right? So and that's what we really bring to the table. And I think it needs that mindset to really go for completely different growth rates. I mean, 30% growth is nice, but Germany wants to have 6 million heat pumps by 2030. So we need to have very different growth rates. Absolutely. We need to have market growth rates of 100–150%. And I think that takes a shared an effort of everybody in the room.
It's completely true. It's what our analysis shows as well. You have to be getting into triple-digit growth rates to hit the net zero targets and the 2030 ones as well. It's a huge amount of tasks to go. I think this is fantastic because if I had been asked back in 2018 when we started our heat analysis at BNEF what the main challenges were, it was probably going to be trying to make an economic case for heat pumps and then also finding customers for heat pumps because the two were very hand in hand, right? And then the third was going to be installers. And now I think you've just told me that we are seeing economic cases for heat pumps today. So Amy, I'd love to come to you on that for a second here. How's the economic case changed, especially in light of the current energy crisis here in Europe?
Yeah, so generally, I mean, nobody likes the crisis that's going on, and there's not many good things come out of it. But one of the few things is it is making people realize our over-reliance on fossil fuels. And actually, with the basic economics, solutions like heat pumps are becoming much cheaper versus those solutions, the fossil fuel ones. And that varies a lot across Europe. So in the UK, you know, with the way our gas and electricity is priced, there's a bit of a saving. In Germany, I know it's huge. So I would personally like to see, you know, those economics addressed, because these are global commodities. The pricing should be the same. But that difference is how we tax those fuels, how we apply network infrastructure costs and that sort of thing. And we could do more, and policymakers in particular could do more to make the case even better.
Absolutely. And Philip, this situation in Germany where now a heat pump can save you money, I think, Amy, you previously made, for some homes, 60% of your energy bills, right? How has that affected what you're seeing on the ground?
I mean, demand is not an issue. So we call it the rule of three. As long as power is not 3 times more expensive than gas, then it does make economic sense to go for a heat pump. And in addition, you don't even need like liquidity for that, because you just go for a rental model. Let's assume it's 200 euros a month for 15 years, and you kind of save 250 to 300 euros a month on your gas bill. So it's automatic savings. And I think it's the job of policymakers to make sure that that rule of three is kind of like respected, right? So, like you said, there's way too many levies and taxes on German power. And power, we had still have the second highest power prices and some of the lowest gas prices. So that's just bad for the heat pump. You see it in countries like France and Sweden that have cheap nuclear power. I'm not an advocate of nuclear power, clearly not, but it does help the heat pump, right? And so we need to make sure that these two commodities are priced in a way that it does make sense for heat pump.
You mentioned here your rental model. This new pricing environment that we're entering, we've been in it with some markets already. France has had this for a while, but Germany is a new market, I would say, for this rule of three rule to apply. This is opening up new opportunities for innovation, right? So both of your companies have been very innovative, I'd say, within the European heat pump space. Phil, perhaps you could start by talking a little bit about your rental model, and then we can turn over to Amy to hear a bit about Octopus's goal of 50% CapEx reduction.
Yeah, so the rental model does two things, right? It's a one-stop shop product for consumers. So everything and anything is in that one monthly installment. You can go for 2, 10, and 15-year contracts. So the 2-year contracts are for those Germans that love cash. You know, Germany is a cash culture, and we still tell them we do want to make sure that for the first 2 years we'd be in charge of your product, because we assume full operational responsibility, right? So it's really transferred to us. And number two, it really opens up a financial product, right? So we turned heat pumps and boilers into a bankable product. And that was quite some innovation needed to get there, and to talk a lot to lenders. But what it does, and we'll be probably half a year away from issuing our first green bond, so securitizing that, it really does, if you want, democratize also access to green investments, so that it produces yield for investors in times of not as low anymore, but until recently very low yield times.
Yeah, absolutely. And Amy, your innovations have been, I mean, similar in terms of the vertical integration, but much more focused on the manufacturing.
Yeah, so our main focus really has been, how do we make heat pumps those no-brainer replacements for gas boilers, which is what most people have. And the key reason they weren't at the time was because of cost. So we've been ruthlessly looking at every aspect of the heat pump cost, which is a mixture of the installation process, it's the materials you use, it's the supply chain is a big factor into that, and how efficiently you bring everything together. And there's a great analogy that Greg talks about from Steve Jobs, where he was first presented the iPod, and he said, well, can we make it smaller? And they said, no, absolutely not, we can't make it smaller. And then he dropped it in a fish tank and air bubbles came out. And we said, okay, so you can do that. And it's the same thing as heat pumps. They've been around such a long time, it's such an age-old technology that I think people just assumed there's not much that can be done. There's huge inefficiencies built into the entire process. So that's what we're doing, and we're at the point now where we can pretty much offer heat pumps at a similar price to a gas boiler with the UK government grant. Where we'd like to be in the future is where we can do that without a grant. And for that, we really need standardization, focusing on the best homes, the 60% I was talking about, scale, and working really effectively with our partners to be able to bring our offering to customers at a lower cost.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would call us Europeans for a new and different definition of the word innovation, right? Quite often, innovation in Europe is seen as, making a turbine 3% more efficient, and then you get a whole bunch of subsidies for that, and that's clearly not the gap that we have, right? In regards of our heat pump targets. So the gap that we have is to become much more efficient on that installation and post-factory value chain steps. And we, for instance, we are going to have a project with the Federal Energy of Disruptive Innovation in Germany, kind of like the REPowerEU of similar to that in the US, to really cut down installation time, right? Essentially, a heat pump installation is a multi-trade installation. You need somebody to work on the water bit, on the electrician bit, and then if it's an air source heat pump, you set a foundation for the outside, right? And that in itself needs to be understood as there is innovation needed for that, and companies like us drive that. But I think it would help all of us to really broaden that innovation definition or notion of innovation.
Awesome. So we are right at time. Philip, I finished with, when Greg left, I asked him, what are we going to be talking about when we're here in 2025? I'm going to ask you the same.
Well, in addition to what he said, I think we will be learning that, and as a company certainly will do that next year, that PV battery and heat pump and thus home energy management systems and thus the connection to the grid and optimization of consumption versus production, that will be one product, right? Mm-hmm. So our vision is a year from now to be able to offer that for, let's say, 350 euros a month, everything included, and we really take care of everything and anything around your home. And that is gonna really reduce the burden on the grid, because I really don't like that risk, to be honest, for our societies, that we rely on hundreds of gas grid operators to drive innovation over the next 10, 15 years. I much rather like the risk that, companies like us are, whether we are able to scale or not, right? So, and that's probably in 25 we'll be looking at, hopefully, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, thank you guys so much for taking the time. Phil, it's been great to have you. Amy, you've done a phenomenal job stepping in. We're so lucky to have had you here, and thank you so much.
It's great. Thanks, Meredith.
It has been great again to have you here, Meredith. Follow Bloomberg New Energy Finance. They write a lot of good stuff, including on heating, and that should not be left untouched. I would hand over very quickly to the next panel, which is now chaired by our good colleague and friend Naomi Chevalier from Solar Power Europe, and she's there the head of EU affairs, the equivalent of Josephine. So you see, we have very, very capable experts here in the room that can not only moderate, but also bring their own perspective into the discussion, which in my opinion at least makes it always much more interesting. And I leave it to you, Naomi, to introduce your panel.
Thanks, Thomas, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. So for the story, the solar industry has had its own solar strategy in May 2022. It's a story that started in January 2021, so 1.5 years before, with the first brainstorming with the Commission, and then throughout the 1.5 years, we had a number of other brainstormings on what our sector needed, but it was a very good exercise, and I think it's good that the heat pump sector also engages into the same exercise. It was particularly interesting to really look at how our supply chains are evolving, how we develop a good EU supply chain for solar PV, and you probably know what the solar PV supply chain looks like. Two, how we deploy the technologies, how do we make rooftop PV economic, and how all of this goes together and grows together into a scenario that brings us to 2030. So, and of course, throughout this exercise, we had a lot of discussions on what were the new technologies that we would see in the short term, in the medium term, and how do we bring them to scale and bring them in our industry. So without further ado, I think we can start the panel. So I will introduce my co-panelists. So first, Barry Lindam, you're Managing Director of Knauf Energy Solutions. Andreas Scholz, you're Head of Customer Success at Data
Nice
and
to meet you.
Online. We should have Maximilian von Butler, Head of Business Development and Operations at Tiber. I hope, yes.
Yes, hello.
So I would propose that we start by a first round of introduction, and that each of you can tell us what your company is doing, and how is this a new business model that can support the mass deployment of heat pumps. Maybe starting with you, Barry.
Sure, thank you very much. So I'm Managing Director of Knauf Energy Solutions. I suppose the simplest way to explain what we do is we build virtual power plants. And when I say we build virtual power plants, what I mean is that we see a world in the future with, as we electrify heat, and we make that a key issue for society, we're going to have to make a decision whether we have to build huge amounts of additional energy generation capacity to deal with that additional need in terms of heat demand and electricity demand, or we're going to pull electricity demand out of the building stock by making those houses more energy efficient and build what we call virtual power plants. What we bring, which is quite unusual, is a technology which allows you to measure and meter those saved kilowatts as accurately as you can measure solar production or wind production, making it possible for the first time ever for the electricity system to actually reward saved energy. And that, I think, from our side creates a huge opportunity with the heat pump world to look at a future where, rather than we look at subsidies and structures like that, we look at things like, for example, rather than power purchase agreements, we look at efficiency purchase agreements, whereas we roll out huge waves of heat pump rollout, locked in also with energy efficiency activities to deliver these massive virtual power plants, which get us to a low carbon world, and a world where we both have heat now for the first time ever coming from electricity, but also rather than having 5 times more generation capacity than we would need, we massively drop that need for energy generation capacity. We deliver a sustainable world, an electric world, but also a world which is affordable for those customers. And that's what we're about.
Maybe continuing the round with Maximilian. At Tiber, you also have an interesting new business model. Can you tell us a bit more about it?
Thank you. I hope the connection is okay. Can you give me a sign if you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So Tiber is a digital energy supplier. And we're in the Nordics, Norway and Sweden, Germany and Netherlands. And our customers, they do have a dynamic energy tariff, and that enables them to, which we call power up, to connect their devices at home and then go for smart heating or smart charging. So I just checked the numbers. We have more than 100,000 heat-related devices connected to our platform at the moment, and have experience in steering them, I would say, 5 to 6 years.
Excellent. And now finishing the round with you, Andreas, can you tell us a bit more about your company?
Yeah, our company is basically coming from the mass production. So we are doing mass production for a long time already, but also working in the heating industry for more than 2 decades. And we strategically decided 2 years ago that we want to support this energy transition. So what we focused from then on was, hey, what do we need to scale up the heat pump manufacturing processes? So we want to be a kind of the Yoda, helping all these Luke Skywalkers out there trying to produce more heat pumps. And what we've seen is that there's a huge challenge for all the different manufacturers out there. So we heard it today from Patrick Crombie that they have huge investments, 3-digit million investments, and from other big ones. And we also see that if we bucketize these in the top 10 manufacturers, and there are a huge amount of the small, medium enterprise manufacturers who want to also scale up, and they all see these numbers out there. They are kind of committed to they want to or need to produce more heat pumps now, and they all see these numbers. They want to need to go 3x, 6x, or 10 times more of heat pumps, but they are coming from a different level. So, and what we are trying to help them in the production perspective is what do you need to do to scale up? Because if you look at the different types of factories there, they are kind of from a aisle production, a kind of a line production, but they need to get throughput down and more slower takt times and get more heat pumps out. So they need to be faster. And the worst thing they can do is copy deploy the current approach, because they tend to be, because, hey, we need to invest, there's the gold area now for heat pumps, but what they need to see is the consolidation phase. So they need to act now smart enough to scale up productivity, to scale up capacity of the heat pumps and bring costs down. So a copy deploy approach is not the right one. So despite of the big ones we've seen, like Daikin, they already have their experts in-house and see how to go for lean manufacturing processes, for the methodologies, for putting a new plant in. And this is where others need guidance. And this is where we want to help for, to give them a room and space and move on and scale up. And there's a lot of dots and gears can be turned to scale up this productivity. This is from a single standpoint of the product itself. The products today are not designed for mass production. So if you see the landscape now, a lot of companies now decided, hey, we want to invest. So we want to scale up by doing a new factory. So the factory itself needs time to be established. We heard this again today from different speakers. So they need a plot of land, they need to get it committed, they need to build up, and they need all this stuff for supply chain and so on. However, then, they need also, in this terms of having a manufacturing ready device. If you have a low scale products today where they screw one single heat pump together within 1 hour, they need to come down to a couple of minutes. So then they need to change their processes. So they need to change and alter their processes and optimize them. Design for automation, design for manufacturing, you name it. And this is where they need to adjust. And this comes with little tweaks in between. So what can they do today till a new fab is established, where they have maybe a new design of a heat pump which is designed for manufacturing, where they can do all this sophisticated stuff like robotics and whatever you name it, Industry 4.0, IoT, digitalization, and so on. But they need to do their homework today. So we are in the here now, and we need to scale up. So what can be done? So you need to automate the processes, you optimize the processes, you optimize their products to be manufacturing ready, and you need to adjust their current production lines. And we heard it again, we have up 60% last year by tweaking today's production, kind of. But this then stops somewhere, and they need really to look smart enough in their production lines and production facilities to scale.
And maybe just to give us an idea of your position in the market, with do you today work with current heat pump producers? What's your, or are you still in a market development space, or do you already work with heat pump producers with your solutions?
Yes, so we kind of work from the smaller ones, from the small companies up to the bigger ones. And they are all at a different level, let's say, and we need to take them from the level where they are. So the smaller company who wants to scale, let's say, from a 10,000 to a 50,000, they need to do different steps, like than a company which is already at 50, 80,000 and want to scale to a 200,000, 300,000. So we are working with the full bandwidth of these companies already.
Okay. So already with some companies. So I think we have in the panel 3 different business cases. Maybe I would like to come back to you, Maximilian, because your solution at Tiber, that's what you said, you propose a sort of new business models for consumers. What's the situation today? In which markets are you present, and where do you find barriers, or on the contrary, best practices that enable you to implement this new business model?
Okay, thank you. So the new business model is mainly based on variable tariffs, and it depends on the market and the regulations and the penetration of smart meters, if it's easy access or difficult. So for the smart heating and smart charging, our main markets are Sweden and Norway. Netherlands are rapidly growing, and Germany, especially with the market situation at the moment, is a little bit stuck. So we're hoping for the smart meter rollout and or some other in-between solution that the German regulators might come up with to get that going, because you need the smart tariffs or the variable tariffs to provide the price optimization opportunities to the end customer. So that's the first thing. We need the regulatory, the access. And the second one, of course, is the ability to steer, or at least to indirectly steer the devices. So when we now think about manufacturing and installation, we shouldn't forget about the use cases in the future. So what is smart heat? What are the heating supposed to deliver to the energy market transition? Is it a fuel switch only, or are we interested in adaptive behavior? So do we want consumption at the time when there is production? And if yes, then we should go for smart steering at the moment already now and think that through whilst we are manufacturing and installing. So that is super relevant from our perspective.
And so the important point in this business case is, as you say, value flexibility. And do you think today, so you mentioned some good business cases, the Netherlands, Sweden. Do you think today we're going fast enough at valuing this flexibility? Would you expect something from the EU to develop that market?
On my wish list, well, there is a national wish list for each country where there are no smart meters. We need those smart meters. But if I look at the EU, probably we could be a little bit more courageous. So within the banking sector, they had the Payment Services Directive, and that opened up easy access to new banking, like innovative business models. So we would like to see something in the energy market that is comparable to the Payment Services Directive in order to have the secure access to the APIs, and then be able to help the customers to adapt their behavior to the energy market.
Okay, so it's a question of value with the market, access to the data as well, and making sure that you have the right elements for this data economy, data-driven services.
Correct. Thank you.
Yeah. Maybe going back to you, Barry, because I think you also rely on valuing this flexibility.
Yeah. So one of the big challenges for us is that in today's electricity market design, there's no way to value generation capacity which hasn't been built. Right? That's not at all what they were thinking about with the current market design. They're expecting a much flatter demand curve in terms of the overall energy demand over the next years. And what you're seeing with this mass electrification of heat is a sudden change in the way the electricity market is going to have to work. And so there's no current mechanisms and no optimization of that kind of long-term replacement of energy generation capacity with energy efficiency. To be frank, to the regulators, it wasn't possible until technology like ours came along and made it possible to build those virtual power plants. So it's changed. But we'd also agree with the point which was made, which is once you make a house energy efficient and electric, you also want to manage it in real time with the energy system. And if you don't have access to those sort of services, if you don't have those kind of rollouts in terms of smart meter rolls out, and you don't have agile tariffs, then you can't do that. You can't shift things off. I mean, I would add also, and that's one of the things that we do a lot, is until you also understand the real efficiency of a building, it's also hard to aggressively move it around and to preheat. But once you do, you can really see the house like a battery. Rather than putting a battery in, you can actually charge the house up with heat and decharge it with heat over time, helping and supporting the energy system off peak. And when you think that 65% of energy demand in a house is space heating, that's the big battery, right? That's the huge battery that's sitting out there. So when we look at these kind of virtual power plants, yes, we need to see regulatory change at the market design level. We need to see agile tariffs coming out and giving us opportunities in the short-term play. And those are some of the big barriers that will open up this market in time now.
And I mean, we were discussing that a bit before. I mean, if there is some movement in EU regulation at the moment, it's on the market design. There was an emergency proposal by the Commission that proposes, to reduce peak electricity demand and energy demand.
So what we're seeing, I mean, I think many people have seen the draft come out of the European Commission. We'll have to see what actually comes out. But yes, the Commission's asking not only for a 10% net decrease in electricity demand this winter, also a 5% peak demand drop, but they're also talking about the possibility for electricity TSOs, or the district operators, to be able to actually pay for net saved energy where it can be demonstrated. So that could be the first time that in the European market, we might be able to actually provide those kinds of virtual power plant services into the market, which would be fantastic.
So you think you can, I mean, you think we can expect really transformative changes in the short term? Because those changes take a long time to evolve those business models,
I think the business models will take time. The scale up, like you talked to the last panel, will take time, but you have to start somewhere. And I think this market design legislation may create the first opportunity to demonstrate projects. And then if the market can use those demonstrations, then you can have scale up, yes. But what I think is really interesting from a heat pump manufacturer's perspective is, if you can create this value perspective, you move away from on and off subsidies, and you move to a long-term value generation to the energy system, which can be then monetized over 20, 30, 40 years to create that kind of steady growth pattern, which I think is really, really powerful for the industry. Not just for us as a business, but for heat pump manufacturers generally.
Maximilian, any reaction to that? Any expectation also from the market design proposal?
No, full agreement from my side.
Maybe another question more on the consumer engagement, and for the consumer to understand these solutions and to adopt these new business models. I think what's interesting in your value proposal is that you have this diagnosis and this performance that then you can guarantee to the consumer, right?
Yeah, so one of the things that we do, which is unusual in the energy efficiency space, is we guarantee the savings to consumers. So we're in a position in our projects to actually say to a consumer, because we're measuring and monitoring your real performance pre and post retrofit, we can guarantee you a specific saving. That's something which has been unknown in the residential space and allows new business models to come about, which I think is very interesting. But one of the things we can also do, which is, I think, again, interesting for the heat pump sector, is we know exactly the energy efficiency of a house and the demand of that house. So when you think about right-sizing the heat pump and managing the heat pump structure correctly, you can, for the first time, actually get a data point that allows you to properly measure that performance and put in the heat pumps. And I think that is actually a negative issue for the heat pump industry, is that if we go into a lot of houses and those houses turn out to be much less efficient than we think they are because energy performance certificates are incorrect, and those heat pumps don't deliver the savings we expected, there could be a huge crash in confidence in the heat pump industry. And we think that the kind of technology that we're bringing, which allows you to have a heat pump readiness indicators, allowing those heat pumps to go in correctly, will make sure that you get this constant growth that we need, right? So we as a company believe, Thomas knows, we absolutely believe that the heat pumps are the future for energy and heat demand in buildings. But you have to be careful of this potential collapse. If you start going to the market and you start putting lots of heat pumps out there and promising certain COPs, which don't actually materialize, people's bills go up rather than down, you're going to go into a boom and bust cycle that we've seen in energy efficiency before. We've seen stranded assets being created. We don't want to see that for you. And so what we're trying to do as a business is also bring that kind of a heat pump indicator in that says, okay, this house is absolutely ready for a heat pump. And that means it's ready to be flexed. So to offer those flexibility services that they were talking about, it's ready to work with the grid to offer those grid services. It's offered at a cost which can be really, really good for the consumer. So that's what we're trying to do and trying to support, because we're super pro heat pumps and we want to see them go out, and we don't want to see the heat pump industry go through some of the disappointing cycles that the energy efficiency industry has gone through, right? Where you get this huge enthusiasm and then a lot of disappointment from consumers, and then governments pull back their programs, and you're left with massive disappointment in stranded assets. We don't want to see that. We want to see it. We think that the two things that can really deliver that is moving to this virtual power plant approach, creates a situation where actually you only get paid for the savings that you actually deliver. So now we want the highest COP. Now we want everything to work together to really deliver this, and we have a long-term financing program that does it. So we think that could be really positive for everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I may
one question on it.
Maybe Maximilian, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Some similar insights from our side. I checked the numbers in Sweden, and I checked households specifically who have heat pumps plus electric vehicle. So they have a shifting potential of 50% of their energy consumption. And then when you look at the spot market, just for today, we see spreads of nearly up to €200 per megawatt hour. So shifting your the consumption to those hours who are like €40 instead of 270 during the day will save you a lot. So I don't really know, and I would be interested in how you define savings, but that is a clear saving mechanism which our customers are using already today.
Andreas, you wanted to react?
You can answer that.
You know, we see that. So we see two things. We see the long-term generation capacity reduction, which is really about not having to build power plants because the overall demand has been taken away, right? So as we move to electricity as a heat, we're going to have to either build those power plants or take them away. The second thing that we see as a company is, I think the same as you see in Sweden, is the opportunity to shift that demand off peak to times when electricity generation is much cheaper. But let's see. On that second thing, we think it's important to have a real deep understanding of the actual energy efficiency of the house. So you understand the decay curves over time, you can maintain comfort for consumers and shift them. And, you know, we believe that shifting potential of an energy efficient home is up to 3 to 4 days. So it's not just a 24-hour cycle, it's actually even further than that 24-hour cycle. But we would agree. I mean, there are payment mechanisms available today for that benefit, but there are no payment mechanisms for the generation capacity that never had to be built. Because we didn't think, until the last year, let's be honest, we didn't think we were going to a mass rollout of heat pumps at the level that we're talking about today, right? The world has fundamentally shifted in the last year. We now see about electrification heat as almost as a given. I mean, when you talk to policymakers and when you look at what people are talking about and you see what's happening in the last 24 hours in terms of gas supplies, this huge juggernaut is moving to a situation where we are going to electrify heat. That wasn't a given, I think, 2 years ago, right? It wasn't such a given. And once you electrify heat, you get to a situation where, particularly Northern Europe, so let's say Milan and north, your winter demand for electricity is 5x what you expected it to be at peak. And I don't mean daily peaks, I mean winter peaks, right? The winter peak. And you have to build your generation capacity for that huge peak. It's not like gas where you can store it and use it for those times, right? You have to be able to produce enough electricity for those few days of the year. And they happen at the same time when potentially the wind is not blowing, right? Because you have these high pressure zones over Northern Europe where you have low wind conditions and high and very cold conditions, which are going to drive huge demand. And those two things together will drive your generation capacity demand. And one of the ways, not the only way, but one of the ways to manage that is to rip energy out of the system through energy efficiency. But no electricity system is going to reward energy performance certificates, guesswork and hopes, because then the whole system collapses if that didn't go right. And so you have to bring really strong metrics in which allow the energy system to know that saving is real, that can then be paid for, and then that can drive the revolution that we all want to see.
Yeah, and as the solar industry, I think we agree with the vision of making the heat pump work together with the solar, with the storage, with the EV. But I was talking just earlier actually with our German associations, and in Germany, the model that the energy regulators built is that every rooftop injects just on the grid. There is no notion of building a prosumer that uses the solar electricity to charge his vehicle, to make the heat pump work, or even to do some flexibility. So there will be, it's a long way to value flexibility, to value energy efficiency. We're not yet there.
Yeah, and this is what I also want to jump in. This is this is the perfect objective, to get the grid digitized and intelligent, but this is a long way to go. Because you see Europe, you see the different countries, you see your approach, your approach, and so on. And to get this going, I hear the digitized grid for 12 years already. So this is also kind of walking guy around, but there needs to be done to get this rolling. So it needs to be done so every piece can be connected: the solar, the vehicle, the heat pump. So this is kind of not far off, but it needs to be a medium-term objective to be solved. And if we are talking today here for the heat pump industry, the first thing what I really need to is to scale up the heat pump productivity to increase the capacity, get them produced and get them installed. So because this energy grid challenge will not be solved in the next couple of months. So we need to invest and scale up and bring out more heat pumps from everybody, from small to medium to big enterprises. This is what I really see, that focus on produce them, and then we see how we get them installed.
Yeah. I would even say what we need, and I'll jump on and know what you've been asking for as an association. You've been asking for a heat pump accelerator. I think what we need is a virtual power plant accelerator, right? That's what we need to do, right? Together as the heat pump industry, the energy efficiency industry, and the solar industry, what we need is a virtual power plant accelerator that will accelerate a market, an electricity market that we want to see in the future that makes sense from a consumer perspective and a system perspective. And because there are a lot of those challenges, right? And those challenges, I think I was on a call the other week, and one of the people said, you know, one of the things the Australians have done incredibly well they've done what they call pilot to market programs. So rather than the Horizon 2020, where you bring 25 universities together with 3 companies in 18 countries, and I think achieve not that much often, what you do is you take simple industries, you know, single sort of small consortia, and you work on real pilots in the market. You overcome the real barriers of interconnectivity, the data transfer issues, all the issues. You work together to prove to the market that this is possible. And then once you've done it, you've already designed the system which is necessary to explode it. And I think those are the kind of things that we need. So a virtual PowerPoint accelerator is what I would ask from Thomas and the Heat Pump Association.
But maybe to come back also on the supply chain, because it's very important as well to have, as you say, the supply of heat pumps. We hear more and more that consumers wait for their solar panels, for their heat pumps. There are more and more delays, and we have to reply to those demands. So, what do you see? What do you see as the future? Do you think you can, as an industry, scale up fast enough? Do you see your consumer scale-ups adopt smart fab solutions, Industry 4.0 solutions, to have large-scale factories that can produce massively heat pumps? And what do you need for that? And you also look at what other countries are doing. We talk a lot about the Indian production-linked incentives and big industrial programs. So what do you think can help the industry mass-producing heat pumps?
I would say it depends again on the size of the manufacturers. So the different types of manufacturers have different capabilities. So they have different budget. And I think it only can work if they all scale up to fulfill the demand for now. And this is a huge bucket they need to carry on, because scaling up so fast now is really, really difficult. And that's why I said they need to look smart into their production to do the things right already now, or not in 2 years. Because what we've seen is really, okay, we invest double-digit million euros in a new plant, which will be ramped up in 2025, 2026. So this is, so when you talked about these small mega factories, or Patrick called it mega factory, they will be up and running 2026, 27 roughly, with really optimized products in large scale. But there's a way to go in between, and the people in the households are waiting for heat pumps now. And I think in Germany you wait for a year to get it. They have good subsidies, but however, I can file in my subsidy, but I still need to wait over a year, and then I need to find the guys who install it. So what we also heard today is we need to ease that way to get it installed, but it's not overnight. So we need to deal with the, call it messy middle, in between, to get it streamlined and to get all this ramped up.
But and in terms of the manufacturing structure, because at the moment there are a number of small manufacturers, but do you see an opportunity for like 1 or 2 gigafactories really ramping up production and dominating the market, or what should we have rather?
I think this is normal business in market consolidation, which will happen in a couple of years. We talked also about that, Thomas. And that's why I just need to emphasize and tell all the manufacturers out there, invest and go after the heat pump market, get your market share and grab it, and don't leave the ballpark for the big ones.
Okay, so invest now and invest smart.
Exactly.
Okay.
And do it fast.
Okay, but there is many different things to do at many different stages of the value chain. Maybe as we wrap up a bit the discussion, we want an EU heat pump accelerator. What is the key thing that you would need in this heat pump accelerator that would help massively deploy your new business case? So who wants to start? Barry, Maximilian? What do you expect from the
within what we need within the for the accelerator? I think I would come back to the parallel I drew to the banking sector. There need to be easy ways to communicate with all the assets. And I would also go for the VPP accelerator, but it's the same thing. We have the cars, we have the heat pumps, we have the storage systems, and at some point we need to, on a political level, decide if we want to use all those assets to like stabilize the system. And if yes, then we need to be more flexible with the interfaces and come up with secure ways to steer them. So we have done great progress in the banking sector. Why not apply the learnings to the energy sector?
Okay, and I think we'll see some proposals from the EU with the energy data space proposal. So there will be a lot of movements there. Maybe looking at you, Barry, I think we already have a proposal for a VPP accelerator.
Yeah, for us, it would definitely be a virtual power plant pilot to markets project. You know, really show the European Commission with the emergency measures, working with the heat pump industry. You know, how do you really demonstrate in a very concrete way that we can measurably take energy out of the system in a way which gives them confidence to invest long-term in highly efficient electrically heated buildings rather than oversizing the energy system. This is also not an anti-renewables thing, because we're going to need a ton of renewables anyways, right? This is not about having, this is rather than going to 2x, trying to not have to go to 5x, which I think is going to be incredibly hard to do in the next decade, 20 years. So I think that would be my big ask, was how can we go out and show a real pilot to market approach with maybe other actors as well. It doesn't, I mean, we're not just talking ourselves, to really show the government that's what's possible.
Okay, and Andreas, what would be your key expectation? Financing, boosting the demand?
Confidence at all manufacturers that they will rock this high demand of manufacturing, and that they do not stop and waste time. Go after it and do it fast and invest.
All right. Thanks a lot to the three of you for sharing your thoughts on this new business model. I think I will hand over to you, Thomas, for the next steps.
Thank you, Naomi, for smartly managing such a complex topic, and thanks to you also for Maximilian and Barry and Andreas to chip in your knowledge. We will now have a coffee break, half an hour. I know that you can never cut away from coffee breaks. That will be penalized by death sentences or close to it. So please have 30 minutes and then come back for the session on industrial heat pumps.
It's my task to convince you and convince my members too. So that is also why I am here, because I'm really happy to meet all the people that can help us to do that, but also can help our industry to realize it. So, well, I think it's more important to introduce my panelists. So I have Andrea Barbon from Turboden, Christian Strand from Danfoss, and Jose La Loggia from Train Technologies. But we also have a person online, Dave Dorney from Johnson Controls. Can you hear us?
I can indeed. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Anita. Thanks for having me join this session.
Yes, thank you for having you in too. And yeah, I got a whole CV of all of you, but I think I can summarize that you all have a very long experience in heating and cooling. You all have experience with large projects, and you all are also responsible for strategy and innovation and performance. And at least 2 of you have an engineering background, but I hope all of you. Because that is, I think, what I like most from most of the people here is that most of you have a real engineering background and do not talk about heat pumps because it's in the interest of your company, because you are really believing that this is the future. And that's what I really like. So starting from this, I would like you to introduce yourself, not by saying who you are, but what you think is the main message to people that should implement heat pumps, people in the room, but especially industry. What is your main message? Not more than 1 to 2 sentences, please. Andrea, you can start.
Oh, okay. I will present an example, a business case I was evaluating a few months ago. Chemical industry, they call us, please come here, we would like to implement heat pump. We came there, very good potential, so the heat demand
That was 2 sentences.
A couple of sentences.
No, you can introduce your case later.
Okay, case later.
1 message, please.
Okay, so market awareness for large-scale heat pumps, even in high temperature, and then rethinking about process, industrial process, in order to apply heat pumps.
Think about the process.
Yes.
Thank you. Christian, your main message.
I will try in 2 sentences. So
can we get
Can you hear me? Hello? Yeah, okay, good. I will try in 2 sentences. So if we want to achieve the targets that we have set out, we need to decarbonize, and we need to remember the industry, and we need to decarbonize in an energy efficient way. So that will be my...
In an energy efficient way. Well, I like to hear that. Thank you, thank you. And Jose?
Yes, I think there's a huge opportunity in the industrial space and the large commercial space. And I think what's happening is a convergence of technologies, right? So we have to think of this not just as heating, but heating and what we call at Train Technologies thermal systems. And I'll talk a little bit about that as we go through the discussion today.
Thank you. And Dave?
Yes, thank you, Anita. I guess what I would say, my advice that I would give is that there is a broad range of technologies with regards to heat pumps from application perspective and a technology perspective. Also, when you look at refrigerants, I think my advice would be understand the problem that you're looking to solve and solve, and then you will find the right application to best fit your needs in order to drive that through sustainable solution.
I like that statement. Understand the problem before you start solving it. That's
correct.
Really a good one. Well, then that also brings me to, because what I hear and I also see in the videos is that heat pumps are quite often connected to residential heating. And even if we talk about industry and heat pumps, they often see heat pumps like, okay, we will disconnect the heat from the industry and bring it to the district. Is this correct, Christian?
No, I definitely don't think that's correct. We have industrial heat pumps that can really be, you could say, integrator of the system, because you have multiple sources of heat that you can take in. And if I can just give 1 example, then we have at Danfoss committed to be carbon neutral in our global operations in 2030. So already this year we will be carbon neutral in our head office in Norborg, and that's around 3,500 people in production. And we have managed, by reuse and reduce and resource, we have managed to take heating demand down by 70% and the power down by 43%.
In your own production
facilities? In our own production and our own offices. That is to a large
really
extent
good
by
example.
using big
Yeah.
heat pumps, right? So we have the technologies there, it's ready.
Yeah, and then maybe Jose, what should we do to remove this hurdle of misperception that it is only for district heating?
Well, I think, as our good friend from Johnson Controls said, we need to understand the problem first, right? And if I think about our business, we have a very big business in selling cooling equipment, but I can guarantee you in every industrial customer that we have, that we sell chiller plants to, they also have a boiler plant, and we need to start the discussion with those customers to say, look, the future is not to have a siloed chiller plant and boiler plant, the future is to have a convergence of those two plants into one, what we call a thermal system plant, and then the efficiency gains, they're tremendous, right? You're not talking about incremental efficiency gains, you're talking about step changes in efficiency. But the whole industry needs to change in that way, and also I think regulators can help in changing also that perception, because today most regulation is really focused on how do we improve cooling efficiency or how do I improve heating efficiency, but we need to start to see regulation that looks at heating and cooling efficiencies combined.
But how are we going to, because maybe Dave, you can say, how are we going to inform the industry about the opportunities?
An interesting point, Anita, and I think in part, firstly, we must take some of the mystery out of this, and as some of the speakers have already referred to, you know, today maybe the perception is that a boiler or fossil fuel source is the only way of generating heating or a hot water requirement. And that's not the case. A heat pump technology, effectively as it's cooling, needs to reject that heat, and that heat is a viable source. And so we should think about where are those other viable sources that we can capture that heat today that's going to atmosphere, which is effectively what's causing this increase in temperature that we're really anxious in order to reduce from a COP27, from a Paris Convention perspective. And so my advice would be, let's take the mystery out of it. Let's speak in a very common language that customers and clients can understand what it is that they're looking to achieve, and do that again in the most viable way using technology that's available. When you have a cooling need, you will have a heating solution that's readily available to you.
Yeah, that brings me also to waste heat. So if I talk to my companies, a lot of them often say, we don't have waste heat. What is waste heat? Andrea, what is waste heat?
Waste heat is something which is common in the industry, especially. It comes to different temperature level, could be very low, typically cooling water, 20, 30 degrees, but then the primary source is typically much higher in temperature.
So you say that 20 degrees can already be waste heat?
This is waste
We
heat.
are emitting things of 60 degrees, so what is that? Not waste heat?
No, it is waste heat, and industry need to rethink about how to use it directly, if not possible, to reheat it again by means of, for example, heat pumps. So,
yeah. So you say that even if we would emit something of 20 degrees, we can reuse it?
For sure.
Well, then there's definitely something to tell to the industry. So, but anyhow, you wanted to tell about your case. Now it's time. Now it's time, Andrea, tell.
I missed the proper moment previously.
No problem.
No, it was quite curious since specific industry, chemical industry, large scale one, we came there saying, okay, we would like to apply our heat pump. Okay, we have office heating. Okay, but what about the process? No, process is not possible because we need 200 degrees steam. Are you sure of that? We can provide the solutions up to 200, but then we look in detail and the real demand, the final usage was under 30 degrees. The heat source, that cooling water at 20, 30 degrees, in reality was a primary source about 100 degrees. So at the end, the business case was more like you need to give heat 130 degrees, for sure challenging but feasible, and you have an heat source at 80 degrees. So the COP, the efficiency of the system was coming from not applicable to 1.5, and then finally 4 to 5.
Oh, wow.
So a good business case.
And did you realize it?
Not yet.
Not yet. When
No.
are you going to realize it?
Soon. I would like to inform you.
Is there still a hurdle?
No, it's an ongoing opportunity, but what I discovered is that industry need to rethink about the process if they want to apply heat pumps, if they want to decarbonize.
Yeah, well, that's good. But how much energy can they save?
I would say for sure the one they are wasting now,
Yeah.
and they just need to add the electricity to fuel the heat pump, which is much less compared to the equivalent final energy usage in fossil fuel.
Yeah.
And more than that, the second point I have for also my colleagues, suppliers of heat pump, is that we need to think about going over our boundaries. So the traditional temperature of 90 degrees, 100 degrees need to be exceeded up to the real limit of the technology in order to help this decarbonization.
But yeah, we can of course also combine it with some steam compression. So anything is possible already.
Yes.
So we can go as high as possible in that case.
Just
So,
maybe on that, Anita, if you don't mind, I could come in there because I think you've raised a very valid point there. And you know what I touched on earlier about trying to understand the problem you solve. And again, as I listened to the panel and Andrea, what he shared, today customers are heating or they're generating hot water or steam and running that around their complete facility and maybe only need it in a very small part. And we spoke about steam generation, we spoke about high temperature hot water. And again, the advice to customers today is understand your process side or understand where your thermal load is coming from. So what is it that you're producing? And perhaps even decoupling those rather than running high temperature around your entire facility can mean that you can have a heat pump running at lower temperature application for 80% of your load.
Yeah. So
and then have a very specialist decoupled system, like you say, maybe gas compression system that can give you steam for 15 or 20% of your load as opposed to trying to do that in one system. And that is, I think, a quick win, but also an important message that I would share, that truly understand if you need that high temperature and you need that application in your entire facility, or can you decouple those?
No, that's true. Well, and that's also our experience that, well, at least also thanks to Thomas in this, because if you go to a paper mill, they will quite often ask for 15 or 20 bars of steam. But, well, if you really ask them what they need and what they use, then they use, well, much lower pressures. Most of the most steam is used at lower pressures, and that is possible with heat pumps. And then for the, well, some of the higher pressures, you can use some steam compression. So it is crucial to ask them. But I also experience that they quite often don't know what a heat pump is, how it works, and why it should help them. What is your experience in that? Maybe Christian?
Yeah, well, now we don't have the end customers as such, so maybe pass it on to Jose.
Okay, so I think I can give a very, let's say, simple example here. And I'll talk about, because sometimes the questions are, is it in my geography it's not going to work, or in my application it's not going to work, and everything is not going to work, right? But I can tell you it always works. So I'm going to talk about a tomato grower in the desert in the UAE. I'm going to talk about a pet food maker in southern France, and I'm going to talk about a chocolate manufacturer in Poland. So these are three different industries, completely different, all things that you can eat except for the pet food. But these are all customers that we have traditionally sold chiller plants to. But in the last few years, as we've seen this convergence of heating and cooling into thermal systems, we started to ask these customers, you know, what do you have heating in your process? You have boilers there. So these three customers, they moved away from using cooling equipment that was rejecting heat while a boiler was burning fossil fuels to create heat, to what we call a thermal system. So the tomato grower in the UAE, he changed his chillers to like what we call a thermal system, which can be a combination of heat pumps and other types of machinery. And now they have an electrical system which produces heating and cooling for all their tomato growing needs. The same thing happened at the pet food factory in France, and the same thing happened at the chocolate factory in Italy. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. These are three examples, but there's thousands of these things.
And how much energy
Europe.
did they save?
They saved a lot of energy because,
and what is a lot?
I'll tell you, because I'll tell you, Anita, I'll tell you. So typically, when you have a chiller plant and a boiler plant, if you look at it a very simple way, for every unit of energy you put into a boiler, you get, let's say, theoretically 1 unit of heat. And in a chiller plant, for every unit of energy you put into that chiller, you get 3 units of cooling. So if I combine those two, let's say, ratios into what we call the total energy ratio, so a typical chiller plant, boiler plant has a TER, a total energy ratio of 2. A combined thermal system, like the ones I've described for these 3 examples, can have TERs up to 8. So we're talking 400% increase in efficiency without burning any fossil fuels at the site. And as we know, in parallel, the electricity grids are greening. In a future where all electricity is created from renewable sources, you can have basically heating and cooling being a net zero
That's true, yeah. But that brings me to another thing, because a lot of people are talking about electrification. And personally, I don't really like the word electrification because it's often connected to one-to-one replacement. So in our industry, we often see electrification as like installing an e-boiler. That means that people are like, oh yeah, but then I move my gas to electricity. Well, heat pump is something that is electricity with energy efficiency. So I think we should come up with another word.
Thermal systems.
Sorry?
Thermal systems.
Thermal systems, yeah, but I think also here the governments won't understand it. You know, we need to find a way to also explain the policymakers what it is. They understand electrification, that means we move from gas to electricity. You know, COP, we all understand COP, but they won't understand the word COP. So we need to find a way to explain that implementation of a heat pump is something completely different than simple electrification.
I will propose you something maybe.
I have no words, so I would maybe that's a good one. So someone in the audience who has a good word for that, I would love to hear it, because this is also my problem. I have. You have, yes. Yeah, I can't hear. Can you? She will. Yeah, no, don't give the microphone. I like every suggestion. Aerification.
Instead of electrification, it's using a natural resource, essentially.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. But let's think about this, because I think this is what we need. I had also a discussion last week on the CO2 savings of a heat pump compared to the CO2 savings of an e-boiler. But if you take all the calculation methods, you will see that an e-boiler has a higher CO2 savings, even compared to the amount of money you put in. But I think we should look at the amount of CO2 savings per megawatt that is being put in, per energy source that is being put in. What do you think? What should be the best way to show that we all need heat pumps if we have a shortage of energy? Who has an answer? Maybe Dave.
And again, when we spoke about a shortage of energy and a heat pump is a viable application, then yes, indeed, you can get, and we heard about those coefficients, and we heard about those abilities to be able to drive the efficiency. I think the important thing here also that I would like to touch on, Anita, is that as we're using a heat pump and we're also having to increase the electrical usage, we've got many sources of renewable that can help us in reducing that electrical need. So I think it needs to be a little bit holistic, that says, so you move to make a heat pump solution that's using more electricity. Now I have the option that I can use wind and solar from a PV perspective, and I can store some of that energy in order to run the technology as and when I need it.
Yeah,
Now we're
I
truly.
I know, but you know, installing an e-boiler does the same with wind and solar energy. So I think from residential heating point of view, I understand the problem of this net congestion. But the industry anyhow has this problem. With e-boilers, it's even bigger. So we need to have a solution that solves this net congestion problem of simple electrification. So we need to have another story here.
Yeah, I think maybe it's a bit repetitive, but I think we need to think of not a heat pump. We shouldn't think about boiler heat or electric heat as being replaced with a heat pump. We need to look at things at a system level and understand the customer's process, because in all industrial processes, or let's say the ones I've come across, 98% of them, there is always a cooling element to it. And when there's a cooling element to it, there's heat being rejected. And then the amount of incremental electricity that you're adding is not, it's not a linear thing. This is why the efficiencies really scale up so much. And so I think sometimes we explain it as, it may be we're talking about it as a bigger problem than it may actually be.
What do you mean?
I mean that I don't think that moving away from boiler chiller plants in industrial buildings, in the majority of industrial buildings, is going to really ramp up the electricity use as much as we believe it will ramp it up. Because
But now
I think
now you're talking about buildings, but I
industrial buildings, factories that are making
processes.
Processes, yes.
Yeah.
Whether it's a car factory that has paint booths that need cooling, but they also need heating in this factory. And I can tell you, there's so many examples. They just create heat and they reject heat. And sometimes within walking distance of each other.
But if they don't need cooling, they only need heating.
Well, this is what I mean. There may be some situations where they only need heating, but we should not focus on the 10 or 5% of the time. Let's focus where we can make the change quickly and then go and deal with those things. Because if we can combine heating and cooling in 90% of industrial plants, that's already a big step
But I do
forward.
not agree, because we as paper industry don't cool at all. But I see that we can save 60% of energy with heat pumps. So please don't focus only on plants that have cooling and heating as well. So we need heating, we dry a lot. We have an enormous amount of heat at 60 degrees. And so I would like to be helped as well. Sorry.
I personally agree with you, Anita, and I also agree with your view about heating and cooling, which is very efficient. On the other way around, where it's not possible to apply this concept, it's not said that you cannot apply a heat pump, for example. In fact, specifically for the paper mills, you have a lot of wastewater in a medium-low temperature range, and this does not need to be cooled down, forced, but you can use it as a heat source. Yeah. And the way I will propose you is that compared with an e-boiler, the heat pump is energy efficient via electrification. To me, this is how to complete the package. This is not a single word, I know. It's more a motto, but in some way it's self-explaining.
Yeah. Because I see it, in the Netherlands, I'm also chairing a heat integration platform with also the agro-food industry, the specialty chemical industry that have distillation plants that use a lot of heat also for evaporation of water. So what do you think, Dave? What is the potential for companies with distillation companies?
We see lots of applications, Anita, whereby the primary requirement is that heating source, like you said, whereby there is more of a heating need than a cooling need. I think maybe if I take the reverse of that and I think about a project again, whereby there was a large cooling need and then there wasn't so much of a heating need. And I'm thinking about a project that we completed up in Aalborg in Denmark, which was the Now Hospital. It's in Jutland in Denmark, so it's state-of-the-art hospital facility. In the hospital facility, they do have maybe a large cooling requirement. They also had a small heating requirement, more so on the domestic heating. But what was put together there was effectively, firstly, there was a viable source of cooling whereby they could take an old chalk quarry take the benefit of low temperature there, which again gave them an initial first stage of cooling. So they already started with an efficient system. They used that application whereby just bringing the temperature up marginally met their cooling needs within the building space. The heat that wasn't used in the facility was then used for adjacent customers or in a cooperative manner, whereby it's actually used wider out within the area on third level college and providing a heating source, again, more so from a district perspective. And well, as I said, while they didn't have that immediate heating need, they had the cooling application. The reverse scenario that is that we also saw applications whereby if there's a primary heating need, then you can also look at where you're getting those sources, whether that's geothermal. And I think when I brought it back earlier to the discussion about understanding the problem that you're looking to solve, you can find sources where rather than this one-to-one ratio, you can find sources whereby you've already got a heat source or a cooling source that's driving that efficiency. Yeah. But I agree, there is many applications that have a heating need, and you may not need the cooling in the local vicinity, but you can find an adjacent in a cooperative manner. No, data centers is a great example that have a constant cooling need plus other applications. Yeah.
Well, I have also experienced that there was a company wanting to indeed give their waste heat for district heating, and then they found out that the company wanted to use heat pumps and then upgrade the heat and for district heating. Therefore, if you are upgrading the heat to that temperature, I want to have it back myself. And so I think the industry is quite often not aware of what heat pumps can do. So most of the people with plans to give the waste heat to the district heating want to have the heat back for their own heating purposes, and not, I think, for the buildings, but for the processes, in fact. The question is, of course, here for me also is like, if I want heat pumps, for example, I would like to have heat pumps, well, I want 20 heat pumps of 50 megawatts. When can you deliver?
We can deliver to 8 weeks from now, if you give me an order now.
So you do not have a problem with production?
No.
And what about installation?
No. And this is a great point you bring up, right? And again, it goes back to really segmenting this whole topic of electrification of heating, because if the barriers to changing the industry in industrial and commercial is very low, because a big company like us, we have huge scale in making cooling equipment. And we service it and we install it. If I stop making cooling equipment and I only make cooling and heating equipment, all the infrastructure is exactly the same. The factory doesn't change, the sales organization doesn't change, the service organization doesn't change, just the product has maybe different pipes, whatever. So, like for me, I would be very happy not to make any more chillers anymore and make all equipment that does heating and cooling, because I can sell those at a higher price. And I use all my existing infrastructure and it's great leverage. So I think we have to be very careful, because on the residential side, the barrier to entries are quite high because the technology is very different. You have wall-hung boilers, you have a different type of installer, different network, and there it all has to change. But on the industrial side, all the infrastructure can be used to do the same thing, because the technology is not that much different.
But it's a really important message, because well, we see that a lot of rebuilds in industry are being delayed because of the delivery of equipment, and especially chips, etc. Aren't you facing these problems as well?
Like I said, we have 8-week lead times on whether we make a chiller or we make a heat pump or we make a multi-pipe machine. And you know, our friend Christian here is a great supplier of us, and I think they provide materials to us, and we have other suppliers. And generally speaking, it's about today we're only making cooling equipment. We obviously make a lot more heating equipment today as well. But for me, you know, if there's going to be, you have to think of it like the automotive sector. You have big companies making, you know, internal combustion engine cars. These cars are going to phase down, and phase up are the electric vehicles, but it's the same companies that are going to make them, right? And it's going to be the same in our industry, in the industrial space and the commercial space. In the residential, it's different, right? Because there's a lot of bigger hurdles to overcome there, but I'm sure they will be overcome as well.
Yeah.
Maybe one point, Anita, that I would just add to, and I think in the private industry, you know, we're aware now that customers are planning and they've made commitments from a decarbonization perspective or to get to net zero at a particular point, whether that's 2030, 2040 in some cases. But we also got these large, you know, we touched on district heating and we spoke about public-private partnership. And if there's one thing that I would also touch on there in terms of the whole planning application, tendering application, I think what we can learn is that needs to be more agile or efficient, I would say. So manufacturers in the industry can understand, one, what the demand will look like, but two, be ready and build that scale and circumnavigate that long process, I would say, around public tendering, access to funding. And yet we hear lots about green bonds, we hear lots about funding from a European perspective. And I think that just needs to be made easier to access in order to be able to accelerate this transition.
Definitely true, yeah. But then we also, because we heard it earlier also this afternoon, like the technology is there, well, you can deliver fast, but it also needs to be implemented. And we may need to change our processes quite a bit. Who helps you in that?
I think,
yes, Andrea maybe.
Yeah, I think that to change fast the process, we need a strong technical background from the client perspective to be capable to rethink about their process.
Yes.
And from a manufacturer perspective, there are a lot of different cases possible. You can either use your traditional standardized unit, I mean heat pump, or you can custom made a solution for the specific client. So big topic to answer here.
Yeah, but quite often it's not only just a heat pump. You know, they have to redo the whole piping. You need to combine it with some steam compression. You need to do a complete other way of controlling the pressures that are needed. Do you have the expertise? Do you have, well, companies you work with?
I would say that from Turboden perspective, yes, we have that kind of mindset. It's came from our 40-year history, and we did it several times in different fields. On the other way around, we need to think about these kind of projects as a project that then are lasting for decades. Because we don't need to focus on mainly on the short terms, but on the long term of an industry that once implement an heat pump can benefit about the output for decades.
For the others too.
Yes.
And I would just like to touch on that, Anita, maybe that I think, you know, we classify that when you say, do companies have a solution? And we like to refer to it as more of a sustainable infrastructure as opposed to just narrowing down from a heat pump perspective, because to your point, there is a level of infrastructure, whether that's mechanical and electrical. I think what's important there is that control strategy, or to be able to, if you're using a renewable source along with your heat pump, you need to understand when you best use your renewable in order to be able to either store that. So it is an ecosystem. And I think what's important is that manufacturers take a broader look here and take an approach on a sustainable infrastructure rather than just selling a product. This isn't a product sale. It needs to be a solution-based sale, I would say, in order to make it easy or take that pain away from customers.
Yeah. But then sometimes you may also see that the industry may need to change their process in a way that you can better utilize heat pumps to get a higher efficient situation. Yes.
Yes, and this is not just a benefit for the supplier that is selling a new unit, but for the client at the end.
True.
So it typically makes sense to rethink about that. So a sort of history lesson I received back some years ago is that back 100 and more years ago, the problem was how to do things. Then the new problem was how to do things efficiently. And now the new problem is how to do things efficiently and carbon zero. So if we want to convey this message, we need to work on that. And I see that clients are more and more looking into these aspects for their daily business. So I'm convinced that this will work, and this is a strong part for the future.
Yes. And I would like also to ask you to do part of this rethinking for them, because, you know, they have been doing their process already for many, many years. They're educated to do their process that way, and it's really difficult for them to rethink. And I think you, as really, well, heat and cooling specialists, are better to ask them critical questions about whether the way they do it now is the most efficient way to do things. So, but anyhow, we are almost out of time for this session. So I would like to finalize this session. So, well, after this whole discussion, again, asking the same question as I did in the beginning, again, 1 to 2 sentences. What is your most important message to, then, in this case, the industry for using heat pumps? I'll start with Jose.
Yes, so for me, the most important message is that it's something that can be done and will be done, and it's really up to all of us to make it happen and accelerate it. And it's now not just a question of decarbonizing, but it's also a question of security. So I think we need to continue to spread our message and maybe bring in people who weren't in the discussion before, who maybe weren't too interested in decarbonization, but are interested in security. And the more we talk about it, the more it's going to happen. But the important thing is to know that it is happening and it will continue to accelerate.
Thank you. Christian.
Yeah, but I will hook on to that and say, as we have heard the examples here, we have the technologies ready, right? So we can go and implement. And then maybe a small wish that we make the reuse of waste heat mandatory to really push the industry.
That's an interesting one. Thank you. And Andrea?
No story now. I would say heat pump for carbon neutrality, and then not only, but also helping business plan for customer, so for industry.
Yeah, thank you. And before going to Dave, you talked about security. I think we should also talk about security of energy supply, because that is where heat pumps can help. Yes. If we won't have heat pumps, we will never have sufficient energy for the whole world. And then Dave has the final one.
And I would say, just building on that, Anita, this is a journey that everybody's going on. We shouldn't fear it. We should embrace it. There is lots of technologies using and leveraging lots of refrigerant solutions, including natural solutions. My advice and my encouragement is, let's embrace it. There is technology out there. It is more resilient. And let's believe that it's a journey. And I do believe that we can go on that journey and address it in stages to get to that net zero position.
Okay, thank you. Let's embrace it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anita. Thank you to all the panelists, Andrea, Christian, Jose, and Dave. Heat pumps as weapons, in quotes, of mass protection, not only against the war, but also against climate change. I think that's what we should look into.
Indeed.
So we will jump to the next panel, the final panel, in fact, and we talk about innovation. One second. Yeah, we have that. And we will talk about innovation. And I think while I was looking outside the window, you see these big high rises. That's part of the innovation that we need. Is that the subject of big heat pumps, or is that the subject of many small heat pumps? Could that be a district heating system? Could it be a sink for an industrial process? There are so many things that you can think of when you look into a city. Before I hand over the panel to Rovina Rodriguez, who is also one of our board members and working with Glenn Dimplex for public affairs, and who agreed to moderate this innovation panel, I want to give the floor quickly to Eric Lecomte from the European Commission, who has an idea to solve a problem that we haven't managed to solve 10 years, the new word for heat pumps.
So the idea would be circular electrification or cyclo-electrification, because by pumping heat, you need, well, you need a hot temperature for the process, and usually you recover a slightly lower at the process output. So you recycle, you pump the heat back. So it's like cyclo-electrification, isn't it? Yeah.
It could very well be, but we will not commit immediately to changing the name because it has taken so long. But if you give us a heat pump accelerator with significant support, then of course there's also money for a marketing campaign, and then we can take it into consideration. What do you think? All right, Rowena, thank you again for the...
My name is Rowena Rodriguez. I'm a board member, very proud board member of the EHPA. I'm also head of external relations and engagement at the Glendimplex Group. We are a privately owned manufacturer of electrical heating systems, including heat pumps. I'd like the panel to join me here. This session, last but not least, so hopefully you're all still awake. This session is on innovation, as Thomas described. And it's on how can we future-proof what we're doing today and make it sustainable, and how can heat pumps play a vital role in the circular economy that we are creating here in Europe. We have heard so many things today that I just want to recap on. For example, mass rollout of heat pumps needed, speed, scale, new business models, disruption, agility, reducing total costs, heat pumps becoming the natural replacement for gas and oil boilers. I've also heard things like bust and boom, stranded assets. So how do we avoid that happening? Is there a risk of a mass rollout? And what do we do as an industry to protect our industry here in Europe? So we fully support, of course, the ambitions of REPowerEU, mass rollout of heat pumps. Ambition requires action. That's why we're here today. And we all call for a heat pump accelerator. I'm going to pass over to the panelists very soon. So really, what I want to say is we're very lucky to have these panelists here today. So we have representatives from manufacturing. We have a representative from the construction and built environmental. And we also have a representative from Fraunhofer, from research and academia. First, I'd like to introduce Enrique. Enrique Villamitana is Managing Director of Panasonic AC and Heating Europe, with over 30 years experience. Is that okay, Enrique? Yes?
Yeah.
In the industry.
I do my best.
So welcome. Next to Enrique, we have Ryan Roberts. Ryan is the head of sustainable construction for the Holcim Group. Holcim is a Swiss-based global building materials and aggregates flagship division of the Holcim Group. Welcome, Ryan.
Thank you.
And finally, we have Peter Schosig. Peter is Director of the Business Division, Thermal Systems and Building Technologies in the Fraunhofer Institute for Solar Energy Systems. And Peter has vast experience working on areas like energy efficient buildings, heating and cooling technologies, high temperature solar thermal and industrial processes. So welcome to the panel. So firstly, to answer the question on innovation, Enrique, how do we future-proof what we're doing today in terms of heat pumps? And how do we make sure that what we're doing is adding to a really sustainable circular economy in the EU?
Yeah, thank you, Rowena. So, and thank you all. First, before talking about future-proof or circularity, I think for us, we need to take something for granted, that the products we will put in the market will be reliable, that will be highly efficient. So those products will be really products that we can trust. So that is our first thing we need to do. But then, in my opinion, when we look about future-proof and we talk about circularity, in fact, we are talking very similar things. So we talk how much those products will last and will work efficiently in the market. So then, I think important is what we do before the products go to market. So, and that has been explained. So how we have good installers who can put those products correctly. So also how we, after those products are in the market correctly and well sized, etc. So how we also have a good service network, how we secure that the spare parts are available, how we secure the product is correctly put in market and then correctly managed in the market. But that is one of the critical parts to future-proof and to make this circularity so long-standing feasible. But then, for me, the really important part is the products, the heat pumps we will put in the market should be digital, they should be smart. So those are, this is probably the most important part, because we need to, and that might come later, so the product should be integrated in the building. So the product cannot be, and also was mentioned this morning, it can be part of the building, including maybe solar panel or controls or batteries, but all should come as a set. So this is really important. The second point, we are putting a product in the market today, but we want to be able to manage it tomorrow. So the product, if not digital, how we will upgrade those products. So that is a second point, that making digital is critical. And then the third point is how to provide services. So we also I talk about integrating in the building, but how to integrate in the city, for instance. So the product, if we want to connect to well efficiently managed grid, so probably the system needs to be first integrated in building, and then it needs to be integrated in the grid, for instance. So then for us, first we need to do a good job before, we need to do a good job after, and most important, it should be digital and smart.
Thank you, Enrique. Brian, over to you. In terms of heat pumps and their role in buildings, what's your experience?
Yeah, I think they're a very effective lever to reducing the emissions and the whole life carbon of projects. I think there's probably 4 or 5 key levers that can have a real big impact, and particularly on the operational emissions side, heat pumps and insulation, they're probably the 2 key levers. So in my experience, they're a very powerful way to reduce emissions and the impact of a building. But I echo the sentiments that it's really about collaborating from the very early stage. So in the planning and design stage, understanding, what are the needs, what are the HVAC needs of the building, what are the services that it will need now and its future capacity, and then designing that from the start so that all the stakeholders in the design process and the value chain are aligned and engaged early. If that happens, I see that there's generally very good outcomes in terms of the emissions of buildings and the comfort for its residents as well.
Excellent. Peter, can you back that up, or have you got anything else to add that will enlighten us today in terms of some of the work that you're working on or have worked on?
Well, maybe one point I want to add, the heat pumps we are all developing right now and designing, that will be the majority of heat pumps being in the field from 2030 on, and hopefully many years from that on. And basically all scenarios say that at that time electricity will be so green that the embodied energy in the heat pump will be in the same order of magnitude of all the electricity we use over the lifetime of the operation of the heat pump. So this should be, to my opinion, the design criteria for the heat pumps we design right now. So we must now enter the phase of circularity. So we will look at the lifetime, because increasing the lifetime will help the footprint, but also recycling processes. So just adding more copper to increase the efficiency is not the way it will work tomorrow. So we must now design the heat pumps in a way that there will be really a life cycle footprint with this minimized. And this will change for the future heat pumps.
Just coming back to that circularity question then, Enrique, from your point of view, what sort of work are you doing in terms of end of life of heat pumps?
Well, first, Rowena, we need to make the life long.
Exactly.
So that because I think also it was explained this morning. So the investment in a heat pump is huge. So then definitely we need to, our product should be as much recyclable as we can. But our priority now is to, as I said, make the life long, in a sense that we need to build a very strong service network who is maintaining the products correctly, to have a high degree of spare parts who can supply to the customers. I come back to the digital. If we can upgrade, if we can manage the product in a way the life is longer, that will be better. And for instance, for us, very important is those remote servicing. So we believe by taking all those actions, more than thinking what is happening to the end of the life, we are really much concentrating on how to make the life very long.
Yes, okay, that's obviously a starting point. Just to come back then, end of life. Heat pump is 15 years old. It's starting to show signs that it needs to be, something needs to happen to it. What should happen? What should happen to those components? Are there any other things that we can do with a heat pump, second life, third life?
No, I think, in fact, a lot of the recycling processes are considering. So, in fact, I would say, of course, aluminium, copper, plastics, all those processes go into the recycling. So, in fact, I think all manufacturers need to be in those recycling processes, and I think we will save most of it. I think it's inevitable. Some parts might not be recyclable, but I think the mission as manufacturers is to reduce those parts as much as we can. Yeah.
And obviously legislation is going to push us down that route anyway. Peter, embodied carbon. We hear more and more about embodied carbon. What does that mean in the heat pump world?
Well, of course, all the materials you need to build your heat pumps have to be produced. So they need a specific amount of materials and energy to be produced, and this adds up to a lot. And as said, since the running time is getting better and better by green electricity, so this is really a thing you have to look at. So you must look at minimize this amount of materials and use clever materials and maybe new materials and new production processes. I really like the session before about ramping up production. We need much more industrialized production processes to bring the energy demand down for this. But basically, we see this for PV modules. In the past, the option for research from PV was to reduce the price. But in 20 years from now, we will have a mountain of PV modules coming back on the size of the Matterhorn. So we really must think of processing that at that time. So therefore, we try to get out of lead inside the modules. So also, same is true for the heat pumps. We really must look what are the materials inside, what we really need, what we can avoid, and what could be recycled. And we must start this process now. But it's ongoing, obviously, I think.
Ryan, can you give us any examples or case studies that you're currently working on in terms of how heat pumps can be integrated into full building?
Yeah, sure. I think there's probably a few, but being the end of the day, I'll just touch on the one that comes to mind. You know, a real triple bottom line story for me. So it was done in Vienna. It's a social housing project, and essentially what they've done is they're taking renewable energy, mix of solar and geothermal, using heat pumps to get that heat and energy into the building, and then they're storing it in the structure and the facade of the building. So it's called thermal concrete activation. It's probably not new to many people in the room, but essentially they're using the thermal mass and inertia of concrete to store that energy. And the outcome really is that the occupants, which are a social housing demographic, end up having a 22-degree year-round comfort level, and they don't have to pay for it. So it's not putting them in any economic stress, putting them in energy poverty or anything like this. This is one that comes to mind that I think that we were involved in, that I thought was, you know, a triple bottom line story using all the good elements and levers available.
Excellent. And coming back to some of the sessions from earlier, the session I think that most struck a chord with me was around the consumer and the installer and making things easy for them. How does innovation for you and future-proofing heat pumps, can you give us some thoughts on what needs to happen in terms of that engagement and education piece, and how that then feeds into a more sustainable rollout of heat pumps and a circular economy?
Yeah, I think that is the very, very popular discussion these days, how to train installers, how to bring installers, how to make products easy to install. So that is, in fact, very important. And I think this is going to really evolve very quickly, because in fact, I think it's going to be a must to manufacturer, because we are not, in the past, the number of heat pump installed was limited. So now, if we make it easy to install, so probably the customer will reward this. So then I think the competition will bring this more and more. So I think at least when I look at our engineers, in the past they look only about how efficient the product is, or how many meters of cable we can put, or etc. But now I see them looking at the unit and thinking together with installers how we can make it easy. So I think it's a natural process that is coming. And then I think we need to train. So this is really important part of our activity. So we need to train the installers. This is our responsibility, because I come again to this circular economy, long-lasting products in the market. So we cannot expect to make difficult products to install, not train the installers, and then expecting the product will last long. So this is really part of our duty as manufacturers.
And who else do you think has a duty around that, apart from manufacturers? Do you know, we've heard from disruptors today and new business models. What's your take on that?
I think it's a very normal process. We are, whenever a business is expanding, I think new disruptive processes will come, and I find it normal. And I think, in fact, it should be a motivational part of the business for all of us. So, and in fact, I think it's needed, because today, my personal viewpoint is we are touching just surface of market. But I think it was mentioned how the people, so when we look to, instead of CapEx, when we look to OpEx, if there is not new business models, it will be impossible. And I think when we talk about heat pump, we don't talk about people who can pay 10 or 15 or 20,000 euros. What we want is to expand to all society. And then I think it's, in my viewpoint, motivating and even needed.
Ryan, any thoughts on that in terms of disruption, new business models?
Yeah,
education?
I mean, my thought would be, I truly think the most disruptive business model that's out there and that I'm hoping moves quicker is the circular economy. I think I spoke to a number of people in the room over the last couple of days, and I asked them, hey, do you refurbish heat pumps? And no one said yes. They said no. They're designed to last forever. I said, well, how long's forever? And they said, oh, like 50 years. And this isn't forever. This is, the lifetime of a building. And so I think the disruptive model potentially is that rather than designing for end of life, it's more about designing for its next life before the end of life, and then training up and building an economy where when you go and put in a new system that can be recovered in its next life cycle, you're taking one that already exists and you're bringing it back. You're recycling the components that definitely need to be recycled, so it's still circular, but you're refurbishing that unit, putting it back into the market quicker. And I think this is the disruptive element where you start to build a business model that's probably similar to the car industry. You have new cars, you've got semi-used cars, and then you've got the cars that you probably don't want, but you have to buy. So I think this could be very disruptive. It's all about the circular economy, and the impacts are very relevant with what Peter said in the embodied carbon, because the embodied carbon of those products has already been made. So if you use it twice, you're halving the embodied carbon already. Use it 3 times, this amortizes over your reuse. So yeah, this would be my tip of something that could really disrupt things and make things more sustainable at the same time.
Peter, want to add anything?
Well, I think the biggest disruption we have seen this spring, it was an external event which totally shook up the market. And so I'm not sure if just new business model will be a disruption. I personally fully with Enrique that using digital tools will be a disruption for all of us. It's not only the business models. And by the way, I think we discussed before that this is also a way to increase the life cycle analysis, because you have 2 numbers to change, the embodied carbon, but also the output. And you can greatly enlarge the output by making the heat pump more clever, and especially by designing it better, because over-dimensioning is one of the biggest drawbacks for the LCA. So by doing a proper designing, by good tools will dramatically increase your overall performance. So that's where I see the disruption coming from.
So to come back to the whole idea of digitalization, Enrique, can you expand a little bit what you mean by that in terms of the heat pump? Are you talking about digitalization of the heat pump itself, connection to the grid? What about home energy management? Who do you think are the winners in that market in 5-10 years' time? Will you be controlling your own heat pumps?
Well, but I think we need to look in several ways. So I think, and I refer to some of the conversations today. So I think somebody said maybe we have not enough electricity. So then if we could ideally put in the market all heat pumps, smart and manageable, so maybe we can do it in better way. So I think society might be one of the receivers of this benefit. Then I think then the consumer is always in the center of this discussion, because if you have a smart product, of course we can stay in the fancy part of I can put my temperature, but I think that is the minor thing. So the major thing is, for instance, if I can have my service. So if the service guy is not coming to my home, or it's coming instead of 4 times, it's coming 1 time. So then again, that is good for me. So I can have a better control unit, so I can benefit out of that. And then that connects to longer life. So again, so the main benefit is one side to the consumer. I have a better control, better service, longer life product. And then if we make it smart enough, that is also coming to the total society, because if we can manage our grid, so finally, one of the issues of is how to build infrastructure that can feed the heat pumps all time working full speed. So if we can really manage this, it's definitely coming a benefit for all of us.
Ryan, in terms of digitalization, what are Wholesome doing in that area?
Well, what I can say is it's integrated into everything we're doing, whether that's internal initiatives and internal parts of the business, but also externally, so the products that we're bringing to the market. And I guess when I spoke earlier about engagement across the different value chain stakeholders, this is an area that we work in digitization quite effectively, particularly in the digital design space at the early start of a project. So the BIM, digital twin, these type of approaches, and this is where I think heat pumps particularly and the operational emissions and energy performance of buildings has its most potential, because at an early stage, when nothing's been made, when nothing's been committed to, nothing's been cut, in a purely digital space, the modeling for the HVAC systems, for the performance of the building, all of this can be done quite easily with a tap of a keystroke rather than commitments. And so working with the value chain, engineers, architects, designers, but also the specific discipline engineers like HVAC, fire, these types. This is where we focus externally from the company with digitization.
Excellent. Okay. And Peter, are you working on anything at the minute that you would like to share with us? Any projects?
A lot of it has been said, but making smart heat pumps for me doesn't necessarily mean that the device should be smart. That's mandatory as well. It's the process, as you mentioned. I like the discussion in the afternoon from Lund. I think there are many data sources coming online nowadays, and we should use them. So the installer should know 80% of the building before he just arrives there. So we maybe just need some more data points like visual contact of the heating devices, and then he should come with the digital model and the proper designed heat pump. So it's the process which should make intelligent.
No, in fact, I think that there is we go to data protection, of course, but if we can understand how the heat pump is used, I think definitely you could even have 2 sides. One, as I said, you can give better product to the consumer, but I think it's even better. We can develop better heat pumps. So today we are having one product for all somehow. So if we understand well how the product is used, we could really improve the efficiency for the future, which product we are delivering.
Yes, of course. Excellent. Coming back to the circular economy, then, what do you see? What do you see as the biggest threat to circularity and heat pumps, given probably the current crisis that we have and the external environment? What would your call-outs be that we should be paying attention to over the next 12 to 24 months? What should we be working on?
Me, as a challenge, is, and again, we are not adding anything new, but I think it's about regulations, in fact. So how we can find a reasonable amount of regulations, which, by the way, is not different in Spain, Italy, Ireland, UK. So to me, that is definitely one of the challenges. So
and can you expand on that? Do you mean we have too many regulations coming our way? Too few?
Yeah, I
too
think
confusing?
Yeah, sometimes too much demanding. So sometimes, anyway, as I said, each country deploying a little more. But yes, we have, for instance, I could say a new, when we talk about EPBD, or when we talk about, so those regulations which, for instance, we need to put all data. So now we need to show the CO2 footprint of our products. But how to make those regulations a benefit more than a burden?
Yeah.
So that is what I mean. So we need to really balance the request that is benefiting, and why not, is making the manufacturer works better, but not creating a real burden that, we talk again about affordability, so that is making the product more expensive. That I think is the challenge we see. And then coming to this morning, Patrick was mentioning about mass productions, if we want to improve cost. So if the regulation change continuously, if the regulation cannot be applied across all the countries, that is making for the manufacturers a real challenge to improve the efficiencies.
Do you want to come in? Just to expand on that, Enrique, do you think this is where one of the areas where a heat pump accelerator could support and help?
Yeah, I think, but then, I think if there are many challenges in front of us. So I think we have the F-gas challenge, and we have the EPBD challenge, and eco design challenge. Yeah, I think if we could reduce this load, I think it could support on accelerating. Yeah, again, we need to accelerate, and we need to produce a lot of heat pumps, and we need to make them affordable and easy to install, and many of these things. But I think all of us know quite well everything coming, so that
at the one time.
So then that I don't need to explain that it's creating some hurdles to make this speed faster.
And I think it could help by setting clear standards and boundary conditions.
Yeah.
For example, if just looking at the efficiency for the running time of the CUP is maybe not enough if we come to really sustainable products. So we must agree on common grounds how this is defined. And by the way, I would love to enlarge this by not only looking at the CO2 footprint, we should really speak about sustainability, which contains more criteria, just to be precise. And I think there's room for discussion, but there's a need for a common ground and the building of standards. And there, a heat pump accelerator could help that we all work the same direction.
Ryan, from your point of view, threats and challenges to a mass heat pump rollout in your sector? And how can we overcome them together?
One challenge that I see is the scale that needs to be undertaken. And so particularly in Europe, the majority of the built footprint, it already exists. So what's going to be there in 2050, 2060, it's already built. So the European story is really a retrofit, renovate, upgrade story. And that's really going to be about energy efficiency. So it's a great opportunity for heat pumps and energy efficient solutions in general, because we're going to make people's lives better. But the scale of it, the challenge of implementing that, if you just think about everything that's built and that you then want to go, and it probably sounds amazing as an opportunity of putting a heat pump in every building. And I truly hope that we can move to that. But there's a huge challenge in that around the resources of the people to be able to do that, the materials available. There's a number of things that will make that difficult to deliver. But on the other side, it's really a must, because it's built, it's from a carbon perspective and a sustainability perspective, it's not feasible to knock down and rebuild. You know, the most sustainable and circular way to build is to renovate, retrofit. So there's only the only choice is to retrofit Europe and make it more energy efficient. So I think it's a challenge that has to be overcome, and I hope the people in this room have the solutions. I hope.
In fact, Ryan, I think this is very, very interesting, because I agree with you. Most of the business to be done is retrofitting. And many buildings, so a lot of buildings are made in old way. So with all regulations, with all systems. So then if we take all regulations coming up, then we have to start retrofitting. So I think there is a big challenge. I'm not so sure in a good direction, which of course we are doing many things in good direction. I'm not so sure how big part of this retrofitting market will be realized. So the cost of retrofitting might be huge. So, and that I'm not sure how it is considered in all those new regulations coming up. Yeah. That's a question, in fact, for you. So,
well, I think you need to zoom out and look at the whole building. I think this is the challenge. If you just look at the cost of the heat pump or the cost of any particular type of system or lever, it's always challenging to make the ROI stack up. But if you zoom out and look at the whole building and your options, we either knock it down and we go for a demo and rebuild, or we, there's not going to be that many greenfield opportunities to build. So it's a knockdown rebuild versus a retrofit. So when you look at it from that perspective, the total cost of the project, the retrofit should always be more economical than the knockdown and rebuild. Whether the heat pump or another type of component are a little bit more expensive, or the ROIs don't work out, I think it's good to zoom out and understand what you're actually trying to achieve, and that's retrofit the built environment so it's a net zero future. And compare the two options, knockdown versus a retrofit, and then I think you've got your answer.
Okay.
Hopefully I answered what you were alluding to.
Yeah. I have some doubts of the cost. Traditionally, retrofitting might be more economical than making it new. But I think when they have this, in fact, that we have a paradigm, because it might happen that retrofitting might be much more expensive than making it new. So that is what I mean. So then we might be facing a complete different situation we have been facing up to now.
I agree, but I mean, the only way to do it is do the cost analysis. But I think retrofitting can certainly be more expensive than building new. That's it's difficult to retrofit, but there should be a differentiation between building new and demolishing and rebuilding. There's a lot of work in taking down the skyline behind us and building it. So I think new build from scratch is a different cost and a different discussion than knock down, rebuild.
Okay. But we had it this morning. It depends on how you define the cost. It's maybe about the internalization of these external costs. If you put all the CO2 costs on the concrete, new build buildings might look different than retrofitting. So it really depends. We had discussed this morning how buildings will be considered into the CO2 market.
Okay. Okay.
So I still think there's a big chance for making retrofit cheaper if you really look at the overall energy used and the footprint. It depends who pays this price. That's a political decision.
So, final thoughts for today. We are the last session of the day. We've been here all day. We've listened to all the different panels and sessions. Enrique, as a large manufacturer of heat pumps globally and in Europe, what are your 3 takeaways from today? And if you had one ask, what would it be? Sorry for putting you on the spot.
No problem. No problem. But first, I would say we are in front of a great opportunity. So So that would be, that is clear for all of us. The opportunity is not an easy process. So we need to overcome a lot of hurdles, let's say. And then I come to the future. So I think the future depends very much on us. So, and we are going to be a critical part of the energy efficiencies of decarbonization in the next years or in the next decade. So we have to be practical. We have to be practical, and we need to try as much as possible as a market to bring pragmatic solutions that will allow us to reach that goal. So I think these type of opportunities, we have seen them already in the market, and not always they have reached the final goal. So we should be smart and bring this future to a reality.
Thank you. And Ryan, is this your first time at an EHPA event?
It certainly is.
Will it be your last?
Well, I think that's up to the group.
No, the answer is no.
But from my perspective, it's no. From my perspective, I've had a great time. I've been really inspired by the passion of the group. For what it's worth, I think you're on the right. It's a difficult journey you have, but you're on the right side of history. You have the right solution to get us where we need to be in terms of net zero, both 2050 and 2030. A lot of passion. If you'll have me back, I'd love to come.
Very welcome. And Peter, finally to you. You have a lot of experience in this area. You've seen a lot. You've worked with a lot of different groups, industry, etc.
Well, I would say we face a really huge task to provide the residents of this earth, a growing number of residents, with the services they need, heat, cold, food, and so on, with the minimum social and economic footprint. And I think heat pumps are a great tool to serve this. And I love that they're finally getting more and more attendance on the way there. And I like the introduction this morning. I think it was from Glenn Dinklage who said, we are not competitors. We are all bound together to fulfill this large task. And I think that we should try to make the next years, and there the accelerator could help, that we all work together towards this task. Not only seeing business models and business opportunities, but seeing us as part of this task to be fulfilled.
It's a collaboration. One voice as possible. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the audience? Not yet.
It's number 7. Yeah, I just wanted to add that the whole circularity issue, it's really being discussed at the moment in the Parliament and the Council. And during the revision of the EPPD, they are looking at whole life embodied carbon, both in construction materials and in technical building systems. Yeah. And also we have the Eco-Design for Sustainable Products regulation that is also being discussed. So this is really, I would say, a hot topic. We are looking at it also at EHPA, following this very closely. So I think, next years we will have again, this topic to be discussed, and even more with concrete legislation being put on the table. So it's just an addition.
Exactly.
Yeah, we are on the way.
Anybody else? Thomas?
I have a few words, but I'll let you finish first.
No, for me, that's it. It's been a real pleasure to be here today. As all the panelists have said, I've been here for 2 days. I've interacted with a lot of people. I was at dinner last night, been here today. The passion and the drive in the room is insurmountable. It's really up to us now to make it happen and to collaborate. So yes, let's push for our heat pump accelerator. And thank you. Sorry that we are last, but hopefully it was a good discussion. Thank you.
And indeed, thank you for the last time for today to a great panel. Thank you for moderating, Rowena. Thank you, Enrique, Ryan, and Peter for sharing your insights. It's always difficult to catch the audience until the end. You have been a great audience, so thank you for listening in and for hopefully taking ideas home. I started this morning by saying that this Ilya Prigogine was a guy that aimed to bridge between science and society, that was interested in facilitating cooperation. I think that's what we have started here. It's not the end. It has already started. It's also not the beginning. It has already started as a process where we want to accelerate heat pump deployment. It's acknowledged in the one way or the other. And I have quite an optimistic view on what we can do together with the Commission. It seemed from today and from many discussions that we had prior that there is an interest in helping this industry more from a perspective of enterprise, entrepreneurship, innovation, and a single European market. I think it's agreed that this should be a European industry that has a worldwide impact, so European manufacturing, but also worldwide delivery of the leadership products that we are making here is something that the European Commission likes quite a bit. We have not figured out what next year's theme will be, so stay tuned. We have also not agreed on the date, because we learned this year that agreeing to the date too early is a bit bad, because Sustainable Energy Week came after we had agreed for this event, which made it a bit more difficult to attract people. On the other hand, we would not have had any more space anyways. So thank you also for filling this room with energy and a very good vibe. We have a few drinks prepared. We also want to share with you the winners of the European Heat Pump Awards. That was originally called the European, what was it called? I forgot already. You have no microphone. But let me just, so what will happen now is the catering team will remove all the seats so that we can have a more relaxed atmosphere and some music and the prize winners. So if you could stand up and take your belongings to the side so that this can happen. And then I'm handing over.
So first of all, thank you for today, everyone. It was lovely to see all of you, and I hope you enjoyed your time. We have a surprise. Thomas is gonna be the one who's gonna receive this surprise, but it's actually a surprise for the entire industry. We bought a star, and we called it Antlia Thermotitas, which is Latin for heat pump. So now the heat pumps are in the sky. So Thomas, please.
It's real.
It's real. It's for real.
I thought it's a band. I'm really very proud of this team, because it seems that they are not intimidated to have crazy ideas. So thank you for that, and thank you for bringing these crazy ideas forward to make the whole industry move. I feel really honored, and I think it is a joint certificate, and I give it, if I can give a recognition, I recognize crazy ideas to move us forward, to accelerate heat pumps. And really, once more, thank you, everybody. It was a great day. I thought, at least for myself, I know a lot about this industry, but I enjoyed myself tremendously and learned still new things. I hope the same is true for you. So,
not even the sky is the limit for heat pumps.
In Germany, you can finish school with a großes Latinum, which is meaning you have studied 5 years of Latin. I have done that. Nobody taught me about Antlia Thermotitas. Is it masculine or feminine?
It's neutral.
There you go. Yeah. All right. Well, with that, I think I'm entitled to hand over to you, right? So we want to celebrate the prizes. Grab a glass, enjoy the rest of the evening. We can stay here for a while, and when you go home, I wish you a good trip back, safe journey, no delays, and a good night's sleep into a heat pump future. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. I hope you like the present. So, well, hi everyone. I really hope you enjoyed the forum today. I am Irene Geasaid. I'm a project officer here at EHPA, and I'm actually here because now it's time to celebrate the most outstanding heat pump projects at the local level of the year 2022. This is the 12th edition of the Heat Pump Award, and it's a I cannot scream that much, I think. Okay. And it's a very special one because on the first time since 2011, we have received more than 50 applications. So for that reason, I want to thank all of you that participated this year and all of you that will participate next year, because we are always looking forward to get to know other projects. I will also like to thank the jurors, the 11 jurors that had a very tough year this year because of that many applications received. Some of them are here, like I see Yusi, I see Alex, I think I saw Caroline before, and some of them that are online, so thank you all. I also want to thank the people that voted for the category that we have online, the People's Choice Award, that is to choose the most favorite heat pump project. So yeah, now I promise I will shut up and I will give the protagonism to the people who deserve it today. So to present the first category of the night, the Heat Pump City of the Year Award, that it's a category that focuses on projects at a local level with local support, we have Enrique Villamicciano.
So it's me again. So we start. Okay. So I was looking at this project, and it's definitely a really good example of governmental and company cooperation. So that is one big factor, and the second part is the very creative part of the project. So then I think this is a really good opportunity to prize this type of activities. So I have to see there, or?
No, it's okay. The winner couldn't make it today, unfortunately, but they sent us a beautiful video that I hope it can be displayed now. Hopefully, let's see.
Considered alongside so many other great projects. We'd like to thank the European Heat Pump Association for shining light on a technology that's going to be a huge part of decarbonising the UK. We have to give credit to Bristol Council and Gorham Homes for conceiving the project and our delivery teams for working on it along with our apprentices. We believe that heat pumps are transformative technology which is playing a key role in decarbonising the UK. So thank you again for the award.
I'm very happy that we could see their acceptation speech several times. I'm sad that they couldn't make it today in Brussels, but I hope to see them soon. So people from the Castle Park project, please apply for next year and come to Brussels. I really want to meet you. So now to present the second award of the night for the Decarb Building category, for these projects that take place in residential and commercial buildings, we have with us Luca Camuncoli from EDF. You are. And then I can hold this for a moment.
Okay. Thank you very much. And good evening, René. Good evening, Thomas and Savini, all the team, the valuable team of EHPA. My name is Luca Camuncoli. I'm from EDF. Thank you for the invitation for these awards. And above all, what is important for us, we are really delighted to support, as we have already done, EHPA, and above all, Thomas, and their mission to promote heat and pump in Brussels. Why this mission is so important? Today, more than ever, we are called to respond to a double challenge. The challenge of a greatest energy crisis that Europe has known in modern times. And the second one, not less important, the challenge of maintaining the commitment and the engagement to decarbonize and dramatically need ecological energy transition. Our future depends on how we are able to deal with this. This is really important. Growth and decarbonization, and we have proved today with all the colleagues who speakers here, are facts not dichotomous. For EDF, for us, the electrification is essential, and access to a level for carbon neutrality is perfectly in line with our credo. It's to build a future without CO2. And this is exactly the case with heat and pumps. Heat and pumps are more and more the best choice for sustainable comfort, helping residential, municipal and commercial facilities around the world to heat and cool environmentally, in an environmentally correct way. Also lowering energy cost, energy consumption and carbon footprint, what is really important. And this is where the Postipuisto, I hope that the pronunciation is correct, the new circular economy solution project presented by our Finnish colleagues from Oil and Technology And the winner of this category comes in. It's a really innovative solution involving a heat pump able of utilizing 4 different heat sources: geothermal heat, wastewater, heat recovery, grocery shop condensate, and cooling network. A super smart and hybrid solution that through different energy recycling sources make this system really unique. But I stopped talking, and I want to tell you any more. I leave the floor to our colleague at Colignon to explain us how this wonderful project works. Thank you.
Thank you. And now you can come on stage. Like, please come here. Don't be shy. And I'm going to give you a microphone. So.
Great.
You are. It's your moment to shine now.
Thank you. Oh, no. Okay, what a great moment and pleasure to be here. On behalf of Oilon, the greatest thank you for the association and the industry. This is the first time for us to be here, but it's been a long way, and I think the future is going to be bright. In this project, basically the target was not to waste even a joule. So there's even in this building, once you flush the toilet, the heat is recovered. And this, let's say, piloting always requires the people around it. And in this project, we've been pleased to work with the energy company from Helsinki, Helen. And we have here Antti Leskinen also from Helen to say a few words about the case.
Yes, good evening on my behalf also. I have only maybe a small summary about Postipuisto, and I think Postipuisto's solution sums up or shows in practice a lot of the topics we've been discussing about tonight. So also from Helen's side, thank you for all. Yes, thank you.
So,
yes, thank you.
Congratulations again, and I hope to see more of your projects next year, okay?
Thank you. Hey, hold on.
So this is not over. We have more awards to give today. So for the category Decarb Industry, which is a category that the name can tell a bit what it's about, it's for projects that take place in the industrial context, we have Christian Strand to present the award. So welcome, Christian.
Thank you. So this is a really interesting project, and I spent quite some time to dig into it when I got the task to present the winner here. So it's a Norwegian manufacturer of urban furniture. They decided to do a new factory, so a greenfield. They both shaped the building and they also call it the Plus. And they set a very ambitious target. They say we want to be the most environmental friendly furniture factory in the world. So this building is Paris proof. It saves 55% greenhouse gas compared to a conventional factory. It is one of the first buildings to obtain the highest environmental BREEAM rating. It's energy efficiency A+, and is almost zero energy. So using heat pumps and chillers with propane, they produce both process cooling and heating for the production. And for comfort cooling and to heat the building, they use waste heat and combine that with free cooling and heat from geothermal wells. So really interesting. So please come on stage and receive the prize.
Congratulations. And of course, if you want to say thanks, that is your moment to shine.
Don't give me the microphone. You'll regret that. Trust me. You want to start first, Jan? Say some words. Okay. I must say we are very proud. I mean, very honored. We informed everybody at the company that we were going to receive this reward. So it's fantastic. We are missing out on something here today. We should talk about refrigerants today. We're talking a lot about how many tens of millions of heat pumps are going to put out in the market, but nothing about the refrigerants. So I just say the F word is not only fluorinated gases, it's also HFOs. So forever chemicals is not anything we want to have. We want the natural refrigerants. So therefore we are extremely proud to have our propane systems being used at the Plus in Norway. So once again, thank you very much to the association, and thank you very much everybody that's here, the jury that's been voting for us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's an honor for us to win this prize.
Yeah, we're going to celebrate. How many of you are going to go out and have some after work? Nobody's going to go after work. This is work. Dinner tonight.
So thank you very much for coming, and congratulations again. I'm happy that you came. So so we have 2 more categories to give. So the next category is Lighthouse Heat Pump, that it's for the most innovative, unique heat pump projects, and we have with us Johannes Bruckmann.
Good evening. Thank you very much. My first congratulations to Thomas, to this beautiful forum, and all the achievements that we got in the last 15 years together. Thank you for that. Quite a long time. And I have the pleasure today to present the Lighthouse Award for heat pumps. From my point of view, lighthouses are really important. Like we have this nice building, so the Atomium is as well a lighthouse, and the lighthouse can show a lot of things like new inventions, very good solutions on applications, or also innovations on heat pumps. And I have the pleasure to announce today, as an engineer, an innovation from a Finnish company that has invented a system for commercial applications that also is different from the big residential market, where they achieved a solution where they can combine geothermal and air as a source solution for a special service that they offer to rent for commercial companies for only a certain time of period during the construction. And I'm pleased to congratulate Geolo and Track Systems for their solutions. Please come to the stage. Congratulations. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a big moment for all of us. And first of all, my name is Janne Vanhanen. I'm from Rock Systems Climate Solutions. And together with me, presenting our Keolet team, are Nico.
Yeah, I'm Nico, coming from Energy, and we are basically doing design work from big geometry systems.
Hi, my name is Jaak. I'm working on Rotatech. We are biggest geothermal drilling company in Europe. And we are currently working on Finland and Sweden and Norway.
Okay, this is the kind of project that we started with from the empty table. So we kind of did have nothing there when we started to create the solution, and to be able to do this kind of things, you need a great team. You need to have the good company where you are, and then you need to have good partnerships to make able to do with these kind of things. There is a lot of things happening which are unseen when the project is ready. The development process in these kind of cases, it's a long period. And today we do have the unique movable Keolet solution, which gives us CO2 emission-free heating and cooling during the construction period. Keolet also saves a lot of external energy and creates better quality to the construction process. So there is a lot of good things happening. We have heard a lot of times today that the energy crisis and climate change are hitting us heavily. We also do know that the construction and building materials will generate around 11% of the global CO2 emissions. Part of this can be solved by our Keola solution, and we will make the world a better place from construction side by side. Our Keola journey is just begun, and I have to say that we are really proud about this prize and award. And as the slogan goes, Keola, the long life cycle of property begins underground. Thank you very much for you all. We do appreciate this a lot. Thanks.
Thank you very much for being here today, and congratulations again. And now it's time to give the last award of the night, the People's Choice Award, so the most favorite heat pump project. For that, we have a video of Livio Calabrese from Frasco that couldn't make it today, but still wanted to congratulate the winners. So I guess we have a video. I hope it works. Let me know.
The winner of this category has been the project Train Thermal System, Broomfield College, Derby, UK. Broomfield All Campus is a public college that provides further education in agriculture, equine and horticulture education. A part of the UK government's public sector decarbonisation scheme, this campus was awarded funds to carry out several decarbonisation activities, including replacing the existing gas-fired boilers with heat pumps. This project was highlighted in the government's Decarbonisation January 2022 summary report. Utilizing a combination of air source and water source heating pumps cascade configuration to provide 600 kilowatts of heating. This renewable alternative to traditional gas-fired boilers will save the end users annually 700,000 kilowatt hours in energy consumption and 160 tons of CO2 emissions.
So those were the words from Livio. So I want to welcome on stage Louis Rompré to pick up the prize. Yeah, you're the last one. And here's the award. Ooh.
So thank you first to the EHPA to organize this nice context. Also thank you for all the people who vote for us. We picked that project, but actually there is a lot of those out there from us. So it's a great example of something that happened every day. And the other thing I have to say, thank you for the company, Trane Technology, to really invest in heat pumps. We used to be known in cooling system, and now we're really leading the way for thermal system and heat pumps. And finally, I would say we have to thank our customer, because without the customer, we're nothing. All these projects doesn't happen. So I would say thank you again for everybody who participated.
So congratulations again. And that was the last award of the night. So thank you again to all the participants, to all the winners, to all the people that came here today to present the awards. So I just want to welcome you for the next edition of the Heat Pump Award 2023. I'm very looking forward to receiving your projects, and yeah, have a nice rest of the day. Thank you very much.
To you.